Yo, what's up, folks? How's it going? Hello, hello. We're getting set up here. Gonna do a quick OTB stream for the US Chess School. Just getting the view just right. Let me know how this is looking so far. I feel like we're pretty close. The DGT tester working beautifully as always. Hey, Submarine Mike, how's it going? Looking good. Great. All right. Oh, wait. I'm low. Maybe we need a slightly higher camera angle, huh? I'm doing good. Let me fix this real quick. How's that looking? Is that better? Hey, Krabby Crab. Okay, we're a little closer. We're getting there. Just need a little more height, huh? Get a smaller chair. I think this is a good size. I need to be comfortable too, Mike. Okay. Not everyone can afford to live in a submarine. All right. Oh, I see the issue. All right. More centered. Is this just a touch? Okay. Hey, there we go. What are we studying today, piggies? I will show you guys in a sec. We're going to be looking at some Geller, games of FM Geller. All right, how's that? Hey, Cardiac Tank, how's it going? FM Geller, that's right, yeah. Strongest FIDE master in the world. Okay, we have a little bit more room on our side, huh? All right, we're going to get this right, then setups will be easier in the future. Is that it? Let's see. Line it up properly. There we go. Oh, that might be. This might be it, folks. This might be it. This might be gravy. Well, we a little cut off now. No, this is good. All right, we'll stop messing with it because we have US Chess School coming up in a bit, so I'm only going to be here for like 45 minutes or so. But I just wanted to get some OTB studying in. Oh, no class today. No class. Never mind. So we're in no rush for the US Chess School. Beautiful. In that case, we have time to keep fiddling with the layout until it's like just perfect. so what do you guys think? Is the angle, can things be improved here, or like 90% of the way already? Hey, Guitar Spider. Hey, Honest. How's it going? Also, if the sound is weird, I can try to fix the sound too. But the sound should be, hopefully should be fine. You guys let me know if something's off. Looks good. All right, cool. Yeah, this isn't going to be like YouTube content, I think. So it's mainly just going to be just for this stream, just for you guys. But yeah, I just got back to St. Louis yesterday. And I feel like I'm cut off a bit, huh? That's okay. Yeah, I still have some games to review from my Vegas events, so I'll be doing that later today. But I've been wanting to keep up the habit of reading, trying to read a little bit every day. I just have a simple goal: just read 10 pages, and try to do more, but at least 10 pages every day. So yeah, lately I was reading I have it here actually. One sec. So last month, mostly beginning of June, I was reading this book, Secret Ingredient. I did a review of it on our channel on YouTube. Very enjoyable book. I liked it a lot. Very good book. I just really like the writing style of Marcos. He also wrote this book, Under the Surface, that was very good. I enjoyed that one as well. So I mostly finished that one. There's still a test in there that I have to do, but kind of just wanted to read. So yeah, in Vegas, I picked up this book, The Nemesis, Geller's Greatest Games. And I believe this is just the annotated games of the very strong Yefim Geller, who was Soviet Grandmaster, multiple-time candidate, one of the big snubs of the recent Dojo talks, the best chess players who never became world champion. We didn't even speak his name, which I think was insulting. Because Geller, he was very strong. I think he's one of the few players who had a plus score against Fischer. Not many can say that. I also have a plus score against Fischer, but a different Fischer, so doesn't really count. Is this book new? Yes it is. I just got it a couple weeks ago. Geller didn't make the... Yeah, well, like, here's the thing. It's not like everyone... Here's the thing we should have made clear on YouTube. There's a lot of players. And it's not like anyone who didn't make the list is automatically a pretender or whatever. I think Geller would be in the elite category, maybe even higher. A lot of the players we left out would be at least elite level, maybe even contender. Who was the weakest on the list? The only player we ranked below everyone else was Ruben Fine. But that was mainly because he didn't play for very long. He basically quit chess by the time he was 30 years old. And he probably could have had a much, much better career had he not quit. But because he quit so early, we had a hard time really justifying any higher ranking. But in terms of his chess strength, I mean, he was very strong. He was one of the strongest players in the 1940s and late 30s. And I think he scored second in the super strong Avro tournament, where all the world's best players played, that Keres ended up winning. It's like Keres there, Botvinnik, Capablanca, just all the top players of the... Yeah, I think we just forgot about Geller. But I'm not sure if it would have made a huge... Jesse would have put him at elite, David would have said elite, I would have said elite or maybe contender, and then he would have made elite. That would that would have been that. Yeah, Avro 1938 AVRO was very similar to Zurich 1953 in terms of it being like the world's best players. But of course, Zurich 1953 was a candidates tournament, so it didn't have the world champion. I believe was Botvinnik at the time. Can someone fact check that? Botvinnik, he didn't play Zurich 1953, right? is pretty much everyone except him, like Smyslov, Bronstein, Reshevsky, Naidorf, Taimanov, Stahlberg, all these guys. Yeah, Yefim. E-F-I-M. Yefim. Alternate spelling, Y-E-F-I-M. Yeah, Botvinnik was right. Smyslov won the event and won the right to play Botvinnik. Then Botvinnik abused his rematch strategy and became world champion again. Yeah, I mean the world championship history is so interesting. I am curious, what do you mean like by abuse exactly? He did have the rematch strategy, but you know, was he just taking advantage of something that was given to him, or was he actually exploiting it somehow? Because my history, I mean, it's not super great. That was a very interesting show, by the way, in terms of the history. I felt like Jesse and David, they really knew a lot about the history of the players. I feel like I know a little bit, but not super into the details of, especially the World War I, World War II era. I feel like there was a lot going on that I'm unaware of. Yeah, if you want to see the full list, it's on YouTube. We put up Dojo Talks. Yeah, Botvinnik was the only one that benefited from that rule, but it's not like it was, his fault. I think. I mean, just happened to be the right champion at the right time. You know, I'm sure most champions would have accepted the rule if it was if it was offered to them. Hey, John Bartholomew. Thanks for the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome, folks. I need to reach over, but it's worth it for the shout outs. Hope you had a good stream and life. We were just talking about our very controversial Dojo Talks episode where we were ranking the best players never to become world champion. JB didn't make the list. Big snub. Big snub. Thanks for following. Yeah, I'm just defending some of our choices. Well, people need to understand we couldn't have room for everyone, and just because someone was left off the list doesn't mean that they're not elite status. So yeah, Korchnoi, he was on the. I mean, we had 18 players. You know, Korchnoi, Keres, Bronstein, a lot of the modern guys like Fabi, Naka, and so on. But let's see. There's a couple snubs we got to mention. Not having Pillsbury and Sultan Khan was definitely an error for sure. Sultan Khan, actually, I don't know a lot about him. Pillsbury definitely was a very, very good player. I don't think he would have made like a huge dent in the list. I think we would have. I mean, we definitely put him at least in the elite category. But yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he was never really fighting for the world championship, right? Did Pillsbury play a match with someone? Yes, Jesse did want Topalov at elite level, which was one of the big digressions of the entire show. Yeah, Jesse threw a lot of hate a lot of these players, but that's part of it, guys. We're making content, and content needs to be interesting. All right, I think it'd be a pretty boring show if like for every single player, all three of us are like, well, this guy is really good, but obviously we have to rate him, and I think he was maybe not slightly as good as some of the other players. Imagine just like 3 hours of that. It'd be very boring. It'd be a very boring podcast. It definitely was a very interesting discussion about Topalov. And I mean, actually brought up a lot of debate on Twitter as well. Just the question of whether Topalov, deserves to be on the list or not, whether he was official world champion. It's hard to say. I feel like there's a lot of discussion that could be had on that. Yeah, and we did have Naka on there and not Geller. Look, again, there's a number of players that were easily as good as some of the players we had on the list, but we couldn't include everybody, right? The show would have taken a very long time. We did want to try to keep it under 90 minutes. But yeah, Geller, I would say, easily one of the elite players of his time. Pillsbury. We left out a lot of modern players. I think the modern era was actually the hardest one, because we left out Short, Shirov, Gelfand, Leko, Kamsky was not mentioned. Karyakin also, he won the candidates, had a very close match. He definitely could have deserved to be ranked as well, just based on his achievements in the chess world pre 2022. Yeah, so there's quite a few players that are could easily have been on the list, at least elite status, maybe contender. But that's the thing with these shows; it's so hard to include everyone. Even if we included all these shows, there would still be names that people would go, "Oh, how could you not have Taimanov on the list? Oh, how could you skip so and so?" Yeah, so. Yeah, we did our best. And I think that's what's important here. Yeah, can I adjust the Rook and Knight on HAG? This one, right? Yeah, I feel your pain. I didn't see it. Thank you for mentioning it, because I like the pieces centralized too. I wasn't on the list. Is the list available somewhere? Yeah, I think on YouTube, if you skip to the end, you'll find the full list. I don't think we have it. I don't think we've released a like a screenshot of it. Interesting position. Yeah. We'll get to it. We're just recapping the latest podcast. It's very controversial. Very controversial. Well, it's kind of a spoiler, Cartier, so we didn't want to just post it on Twitter, Why Topalov yes and Rustam no? In terms of what, like whether they're world champions or whether they were on the list, because the world championships that Kazimzanov won, Kazimzanov, Ponomaryov, who else won one? So like the FIDE World Championships, Halifman was another one. So those were like knockout. They're very almost kind of random in terms of who would win. again, with all due respect to the players, guys, with all, it goes without saying. I think people don't realize it goes without saying. These are like super GMs. They're insane. They're amazing. But yeah, like the knockout system is definitely a very volatile one. Topalov won the super tournament, so it wasn't the same format as the knockouts. So he won this like world championship super tournament that included all the best players. It was like a double round robin. Anand was there, Kramnik was there, I think Leko was there, Morozevich maybe, Judith Polgar maybe. Basically every top player, I believe, except for Kasparov and Ivanchuk. Kasparov had just retired. Ivanchuk was not there for some reason. But basically every top player was there, and Topalov won that tournament. So that's how he got his like world champion status. So it was a little bit different than the FIDE knockouts that were won by the other three, like Khalifman, Kazimzanov, Ponomaryov. Those are, I think, less recognized as being real world championships. Yasser, also very strong player. Was he in the 2700 club? That's a good question. I don't know. He was definitely like world number 3 for some time. So obviously, elite player for many years. Aren't knockout tournaments more difficult because you can get kicked out easily? I would say they're more random. So it's not like the best measure of like who the best player is. It's more like you could get lucky, you can run really well for a tournament, and then you happen to win. Nepo was on the list. So how come Naka was on the list and all these challenges were? I mean, Naka is a very popular player. If we didn't include him on the list, I think that would be the number one comment. Meaning, why didn't we include him on the list? So I think we kind of had to include Nakamura. Also, I mean, he's certainly an elite player. I mean, he was top 5 for quite a few years. So I definitely think it made sense to include him. Exactly, trying. No, that's just one comment with 1,000 upvotes. Where's Naka? Did Gristrick ever perform well in the candidates? I think he was close, maybe in one or two of them, like with some chances going into the final rounds. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how close he was, but maybe he was a lucky break or two away from. But yeah, from what I remember, he was never like that close. But yeah, look, there are a lot of players that we could have included that were just as good as some of the other players on the list, but we can't include everybody. We can't include everybody. Gligorich was not on the list. Gligorich, another very strong player. I would certainly consider him elite status, but yeah, again, the list was limited. When you go to a restaurant and you order food, right? You order some pancakes or something, do people look at you and go, hey, how come you didn't order the salad? Is salad not good? You don't like salad? Or hey, how come you didn't order waffles? You don't like waffles? It's like, no, that's not. It's just limited, just limited room, limited space. That's true. Gristrick was the semifinalist when he lost to Gelfand, and Gelfand qualified to play Anand. That's true. So maybe that was his closest run. Yeah, Gligorich, he played. I think he played. I'm sure he played some candidate cycles. Neidorf as well. I bet all the top players of their day did. For the U.S. players, yeah, we had Naka, we had Fabi, we Got Aronian, although, okay, more Armenian, of course. And Ruben Fine. Is Schlechter elite? Yes, yes. I mean, look, the guys, the rankings are in, and the rankings, I would say, were very objective. And, you know, we're not going to change them unless there's lots of comments on the YouTube about something. Was Reshevsky better than Fine? Yeah, that's a good question. I kind of Googled it because I was wondering myself, like, why we have Fine on the list and not Reshevsky. I would imagine they were very close. From what I saw in the Google search, Fine was maybe higher ranked than Reshevsky for a time, maybe a short time, but he did get second in that Avro tournament, and he was ranked very highly, like 1940, 1941. Reshevsky, I'm not sure if he was ever ranked like #1 or close to #1 in the world. I don't think Fine was like officially ranked. It's more of like a chess metrics thing where because ratings didn't even exist until like 1950 something. So this was like before ratings, before GM titles. Everyone was just playing, and whoever won games in the tournament, it was like, oh, I guess that guy's good. I guess that guy's good. People just had like some kind of understanding of who's good and who's not. But yeah, everyone was very good. Yeah, you can't get to like that level without computers, without engines, and not just be like a total genius. Total genius. Well, okay, folks, shall we get to it? I don't think I showed the Raiders. We are going to be reading a bit of this book, The Nemesis, Geller's Greatest Games, the annotations of the great Yefim Geller. Super strong player, as I mentioned, infamous snub of the Dojo Talks best chess players never to become world champion. No Judith Polgar. Yeah, I mean, Judith, compared to the rest of the players, I mean, was not really competing for world championship, right? Obviously, amazing player, and she was elite for many years, but it'd be hard to put her above that, yeah? If we're talking, female chess players, then probably just clear #1, just indisputable. For now, till Alice Lee takes over. Yeah, no, I think she got as high as like top 10 at some point, which I mean is amazing. I mean, you only have to see a couple of Judith Polgar's games to understand what a brilliant player she was, right? So again, no disrespect intended, but it's a short list. Okay, can't include everyone. For everyone that we include on the list, guys, we have to download their photo. We have to crop it so that's the right size for tier maker. Maybe add a name because otherwise people might not recognize them or know who it is. It takes time. So we have to do that for a lot of names. They're going to need a part 2, part 3. Actually, I did suggest a part 2 to the guys. So if it doesn't happen, just know it's either David or Jesse's fault, or maybe both. But I did suggest it. OTB work is tough because you have to move the pieces so much. Adrien, buddy, this is what chess is. This is chess. This. This is real chess. You're going to have to get used to it. They're not that heavy. Honestly, it's not that hard. Exactly, Andy. Not enough time. I really thought it was Adolf Anderson. Look, here's why. Number one, Jesse put the wrong spelling in. He spelled Anderson as in Adolf Anderson, Sen. If you wanted Ulf, he should have written Anderson, Sson, right? It's not ambiguous. It's very simple. But anyway, I checked this other like best chess players non-world champion list, and Anderson, Adolf, was on it. So I was like, I didn't even think like, oh, does he mean this one or the other one? I was like, oh, okay, it's probably it's probably just this one. I mean, he spelled Anderson. Anderson. But yeah, that was hilarious. Am I excited when I get to crack open a new chess book? Yeah, I really enjoy chess, and I don't get to read very often because these days I'm working a lot. I'm doing dojo stuff. I'm doing videos. I'm responding to people in Discord. Checking our Twitter page. You know, all this stuff. But yeah, I try to get some OTB time in whenever I can. All right, shall we get into it? Geller's greatest games. I've definitely gone through a few of these so far. And I believe that this is, they mainly just included Geller's annotations here. But then there's some, there's some, how do I phrase it properly? There's some engine bastardization of the annotations. Sometimes it really irks me. Like you have a book, you have the annotations of just like this brilliant player, and then someone is like, "Oh, actually, on move 22, engine points out." Blah, 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 blah. It's like I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. I just want to know what Geller said about the game. That's all I'm interested in. Okay. If Geller blunders a mate in 2 in his annotations, fine. That's interesting to me. That's interesting that he missed that in this in this line. That's cool. You heard me. But yeah, I think they ruined the new endgame strategy as well. At least that's what I keep hearing. Endgame strategy. Classic book. Brilliant annotations. Has taught and inspired entire generations of Soviet and Russian grandmasters. And now it's like, oh, actually on move 4, engine likes b4. It's like... Katie Learns. Shout out to Katie. This is his shirt, folks. I was going to post a thing on Twitter. There we go. Great shirt. I just got it. I just got back in town. It was sitting here ready. Well earned. Yeah, and the guest eval about it. That's right. That's exactly right. Well, look, Shanklin is a strong player. So if Shanklin, makes some videos and comments on the games and the notes, that I think that's fascinating. I would love to hear what he has to say. But yeah, it's just like the engine junkies that feed these old books through the engine, and I'm very interested in what strong chess players think. So if a strong chess player has some strong opinions, that's fine. Maybe I don't agree with them, but that's still very interesting because it comes from like human perspective. But the engine stuff, it's like not that interesting. It's like engine can like find some crazy resource in any position. Okay, bravo. I'm more interested in what the humans think about the board and the game, But that's just me. That's just me, okay? Anyway. Game 1. Yeah, footnotes. I think footnotes is the right spot for engine corrections. Like, just put a footnote at the end of the chapter. Not even the chapter. At the end of the book, just put a footnote with all like the engine improvements. You know what? Don't even put it at the end of the book. Just include it as a separate pamphlet that you can get online if you search for it. Don't include it in the book. I mean, because this is the human annotations, right? This is what is as if, imagine you could sit down with a top player and just have them show you their games move by move. It's like, here's what I played, here's what I was thinking. Oh, on this move I thought this, on this move I thought this. I mean, you can't buy this kind of lesson with a top player, right? It would be extremely expensive. Most of them just don't even teach. So imagine you get to sit down with a top player and they're like showing you and going through all their games. I mean, that would be amazing. Now imagine while they're doing that, you're checking their analysis with an engine. Be like, oh, actually, at this position, what about bishop g5? Like, dude, get out of here. Get out. Leave. Imagine you're sitting with the great Mikhail Botvinnik. He's showing you just some deep strategic concepts. You're like, actually, a computer would have defended with g4. Just go. Just go, okay? Just leave. No, but the thing is, the eval is not the truth. That's the very important point. The eval is not the truth. Eval is just the engine's opinion. It's what the engine thinks about the position. And if you put the same position to different engines, they're going to give you different evals a lot of the time. And like 10 years ago, when the engines were way weaker, people were saying the exact same stuff. Oh, but engines are still way stronger than humans, so we should still trust their opinion. But if you check the engine analysis from 2013 against today's engines, they just shoot holes right through it. It's actually filled with mistakes. So you would actually get further just from a conceptual point of view, like listening to a human and how they approach the game, than just trying to study the engine lines of 2013. Because yeah, even 2013, 2010, 2006, the strongest computers were way stronger than any human, right? But the analysis is not necessarily going to be useful or even precise. Yeah, a book with old engine lines is more outdated than a book with none at all. I think that's kind of true. Like, you take an old book, obviously it's going to have tactical mistakes, but at least the lines will be justified by like human logic and human reasoning. Whereas a book that just has a bunch of engine lines, especially old engines that actually aren't very strong, that make tons of mistakes in their analysis, you're then just getting bunk analysis with zero human reasoning / logic. It's like, this move is good because it was suggested by the engine after we ran the engine for 20 seconds. And this next move is good because of the same thing, because then we ran the engine for 20 more seconds, and then that's the move it spit out. And then it's just like, so that's why I feel like nowadays, it's easy to just fall into the same trap. Of course, engines have gotten stronger, but they're still not explaining the logic of the position. But yeah, I think people will get much more out of just reading the words of like Irving Chernev. Especially if you're like on the lower rated side, like under 1500, just reading words and concepts is going to be way more useful for you than trying to understand what the hell the engine is saying. Step 1, read the words. Okay, we haven't even gotten there. All right, game 1 is In Search of Adventure. Oh, okay, let's move the entire table. FM Geller white against FM Kogan black. Wow. FM versus FM. Some FM on FM violence. All right, he writes a little bit. This was in the Odessa Team Championship. Odessa, 1946. So this game was played when he was a mere first category player. What does first category mean? That's like 2,000 FIDE? 2,100? What's first category? Hey, thanks for following. Actually, I'll put the book title in the stream title. It's Geller's Greatest Games. Thanks for following, folks. Thanks for following. Welcome to Chess Dojo. Candidate. Okay, so he's a first category player. So about 2,000 FIDE. That's the first category. That's how they used to measure it back in the day. If you're below 2,000 FIDE, you don't even get a rating. If you get a title, you don't even get a rating. If you're below 2,000, like you don't play chess, basically. It's just like you're not yet a chess player. You're an amateur. You're a hobbyist. Now, okay, it's gotten a little softer. Now it's a little bit easier to. Yeah, everyone's cohort 0 until they hit 2,000. Hey, Mocho. Why isn't King's Gambit played nowadays? It's just very risky. It's a high risk opening. So the GMs generally don't want to take a ton of risk unless they absolutely have to. Oh, categories start at 5. Oh, okay. So then maybe you can be a little weaker and still get to still get a mini title. Okay, this game is interesting, although open to criticism by rigorous standards. Man, even Geller, back in 1960 or whatever, he knew that one day these games would be picked apart with the engine. Okay, so he's saying that this was a very romantic game, and he was irresistibly drawn to chess romanticism and didn't yet understand the strict logic of strategic laws. Yeah, Geller, very strong player, but definitely definitely an attacking player. So funny. Yeah, it's Eat, Sleep, and Chess. This is a shirt by a fellow streamer, Katie Learns. Sent it to me. I mean, it's like the sleep is crossed out. So the idea, it's like, okay, all you do is eat, sleep, and chess, but not even that. You don't even sleep. But I actually think it has a different meaning, and I don't know if this was the intention. But for me, the meaning is like, this is actually more of a to-do list. And sleep is already crossed out because sleep is the most important thing for your chess. Like if you don't sleep well, your chess is definitely going to suffer. So I actually see this more of like a wholesome shirt. I think it was meant to be like a degen shirt. Okay, Katie's saying it's inspired by Fallujah's Candidates Tournament. So yeah, it's definitely meant to be like a degen shirt. But yeah, I interpreted more wholesome. And it's like, no, sleep is the most important thing, and I've already done that. I got some sleep. I did eat a little bit, but yeah, and then chess is also pretty important. Promoting an extremist lifestyle. No, quite the opposite. Sleep is the most. Sleep is the first thing. Okay, guys, let's look at the game. E4, C5. This is Geller against Kogan. FM via FM. Versus. FM versus FM. Okay, D4 takes, Queen takes D4. M. Noak's move, to which attitudes have varied. It aroused interest at first, but was then ousted from tournament practice by the main continuation, Knight takes D4. Today, though, it is reigning some rights of citizenship, thanks primarily to the efforts of Anatoly Karpov and Yevgeny Vasukov. It leads to positions that are less investigated, but interesting and sharp. Knight c6, bishop b5, bishop d7, takes, takes. All right, bc is also playable. Knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, e6, castles. These days, castles long is more often played, but in my view, Geller, castling long in this situation is a double-edged weapon. White king is less safe on the queen side. Can there be a counterattack? And if any readers feel this verdict is too abstract, then as one example, I may refer them to the game Hesht Geller, Belgrade 1969, in which white gained nothing out of the opening. You hear that, haters? You might think that castle's queenside is better, but we would refer you to the game Hesht Geller, Belgrade 1969. Yeah, I love it when their annotations preclude what the hater's gonna say. Hater's gonna hate. Yeah, Larry T. I don't know if you're joking, but no, his name is FM. EFIM. Yefim. I'm gonna call him Yefim, so it's more clear. Yefim. So it's Yefim Geller against Yefim Kogan. I don't know Kogan's level, but Geller, of course, became strong grandmaster. Okay. Bishop e7, rook a d1. I mean, my understanding of these positions is like, all right, white gave up the bishop here, but has more space, has a little bit of activity, but does need to kind of prove the compensation because black just has like a nice Sicilian, 2 pawns in the center, open c-file. Like, eventually black gets e5, d5, and more than equalizes, can take over. So it's up to white to kind of prove the initiative here. So castles, rook f1, queen c7. Honestly, I love moving the pieces. I don't think that it's work. Honestly, I think this is actually way more fun than having the pieces, moved for you, like on Chessable or whatever. I would do this all the time. It's just that, it's hard for the stream to kind of set it up. It's a lot easier to just do like a 2D stream on chess.com. But greatly prefer being able to handle the pieces. I also think it's in general just useful for OTB players to try and do a lot of OTB work if you can. Yeah, no, all good, Larry T. I was just clarifying. It's all good. I didn't know if you heard or if you're here earlier, but yeah. I don't want people to get good. But I do agree with what you said, actually. I mean, Soviet masters were at a very, very high level and maybe even, much stronger than their titles would indicate. Thanks, Quad. Thanks. Ollie Doodle, thanks for subscribing. 26 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, some people buy the auto moving boards. Yeah, I know. I'm not a fan. I get the appeal. You're playing. The board like moves against you, but I think people should experience the magic of just a very, simple, clean wooden set. Yeah, Mocho, are you sure you looked at all of his games? Because I have definitely seen... Oh, only play. I thought you said he only played it one time. I think he's played other stuff, but yeah, big King's Gambit player. Big King's Gambit player. Nice, Gritty. That's awesome. Yeah, Larry T, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I don't know if how easy it is to follow the physical board. or if most of you guys are just watching the 2D. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, more than 50%. That's true. Yeah, what is White's plan in the position? Well, one idea is to play on the king side. Like, you try to lift your rook over d3, g3, or like this. Maybe try to get f4 somehow, like f4, e5 could be an idea. But basically, I think White is trying to attack on the king side. Because on the queen side, Black is always going to be doing really well. Got tons of counterplay, like a6, b5, rook c8, queen goes to b7, etc. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you guys liked it. I did spend a lot of money on this DGT board in pieces, so I'm glad to to use it. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, so Geller points out that winning a pawn promises nothing to White. Take, take, queen takes, take, take, takes on c3, rook f c8. And the ending presents no danger at all to Black. See, that's interesting annotation. He's like, okay, I can win a pawn, but then this endgame is totally fine. And then some engine nerd is going to be like, actually, Stockfish says White has 0.25 advantage here. Okay, let's go back. I have one character that I do, and it's the engine junkie. Hey, thanks MD Knight for the bits. Yeah, the DGT boards are pricey. So that'll put a dent. That'll put a dent in it. Thank you. Blowfish enjoyer. Yeah, that's funny, Charles. As an IM, what are some of my best tips for improvement? The main thing I usually say is that consistency above all else. Consistency over everything. Okay, guys? Consistency over everything. Like, it's better to just try to do a little bit every day and take your time. Real chess improvement is a long-term game. Thanks, Stan. This is Geller against Kogan. Actually, let me just pin it. Let me just write the chat. Write it in the chat and pin it. Sorry, this is laptop is very far away. Kogan. 1946 Odessa Team Championship. Should have used a rook mark. Ha 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 ha. Thanks, Charles. Yeah, I don't really think of woodpecker method as a trick. I think it's actually just a very simple tool to get yourself to do a bunch of calculation work consistently. But yeah, in general, I think regular chess work is the best thing. Whether that's with woodpecker method or Chessable or whatever, doesn't really matter. What works for me is just trying to do like a little reading every day. But yeah, I think it's all about just choosing one thing and not switching around too much. excuse me, h3. This simple advance, which at first sight looks like a waiting move, is the start of an original but alas artificial plan for a direct attack on the enemy king. Let's go. I love a good direct attack. It's going to get knight h2. G4. I think knight h2 maybe. Knight h2 and then maybe rook comes over. Rook fd8. So Geller says if he had this position today, he would go a3. You hear that? Where's David? Where's David? You hear that? Geller would play a3 in this position. David's so dogmatic. He's like, a3, always a bad move. You can't play a3. There's never a position in which a3 can possibly be good. Geller would have played a3, David. So, suck on that. Okay. The point is to answer b5 with e5. Interesting. Takes. And then there's no more b4. So this a3, you know, prophylaxis. Interesting. All right, but this was a young Geller. So he went knight h2, b5, rook d3. Typical romantic chess, bringing the rook out ahead of the pawn front. I hope to smash the black king's position with an onslaught of pieces alone. But black has no weaknesses, and white's attack clearly ought not to succeed. Oh. Yeah, I like it when strong players, they like annotate their games from their youth, and they're like, yeah, this shouldn't work objectively, just saying, but this is what I was playing for in the game. He's got a little bit of a Conor McGregor in him, huh? I hope to smash the black king with an onslaught of pieces alone. He's going to smash that king. Okay, a5. It was very funny hearing David hate on Ulf Anderson. I was like, wow. He's really against this guy. Okay, so Geller says other than a5, b4 was tempting, but would fail against bishop f6, bishop f6, queen takes b4, rook b8, queen c4, exclam. And if rook takes b2, and then knight g4. Obtaining an attacking position while retaining the threat of knight d5. So he's saying like if bishop e7, then knight d5 might be an idea. Kind of makes sense because if queen moves, there's like queen takes c6 stuff, right? And knight takes e7. Hard to get it on the DGT. And if ed, white wins the bishop back, maybe get some light squares, bishop on e7 hangs. I don't know, rook c8 takes. E7 is hanging. Knight can come to e3, d5. Where is this here? No, rook was on d8. So that was the issue with b4. So Geller says rook a b8 was better. And that he could have thwarted white's aggressive lunges, as we shall see from what follows. Oh, and here we go. All right, here's the editor note. Okay, in the first variation above, so b4 takes here, queen c4, takes, knight g4. By continuing bishop g5, black would stand better. There's no threat of knight d5 in view of takes, queen a5. Okay, well, there you have it, guys. Geller's a fish. Nothing we can learn from him, obviously, because he missed this. So that's it. That's going to do it for... it's just pointless, you know? Why are we even studying? We should just feed his games through the engine and then just look at what the engine says. That would be more accurate. No, let's go back. Might as well. Roll the credits. Roll the credits. What's up, Jared? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just making fun, guys. Look, obviously his idea made sense. Okay. Anyways, Geller doesn't have to explain anything to anyone. So a5, rook f3, b4. According to Geller, it's better to go rook b8 instead of a5, but we haven't yet understood why. Wow. Rook takes f6. Nice. He says, here we go. Dang, Geller, let's go. Incidentally, the bridges for retreat were already burnt, as knight d1 would be met by e5 and then d5. And white's position would collapse like a house of cards. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. If black is able to just break in the center, then this would already be fantastic for black. And this happens a lot in the Sicilian, especially when people play the open Sicilian, but then they kind of slow down. They don't go for the attack. They just try to sit on their position. Eventually, black just breaks with d5, and then, yeah, I mean, white's pieces would look terrible. So he's essentially forced to go in for this one. And yeah, I think one idea is if gf6, knight g4, right? fg, knight h6 check, and then queen h8 mate. That's definitely one point. And then if pawn takes knight, feels like white is very close to checkmate. Maybe even simple knight takes f6. Threatening here and here, right? Let's see, would black have a defense here? There's king f8, so I don't know if this is... No, king f8, queen h8 main in one. No defense? Are you sure, or is that just like your opinion? It looks bad, right? What can you do? Now, if pawn wasn't on a5, if actually in this position, maybe this is one of Geller's points. black could have queen a5 here, and then queen e5 as a resource. But of course, pawn's on a5. So it's a different story. Okay, so this looks good. I think it can be useful to try and figure out some of the key variations before looking at the notes, right? Just to see if you can understand the calculation. Honestly, from here, this is, I think if I was really training the hardest, I would maybe stop at this point and just calculate from here. Okay, well, let's think. So rook takes f6, gf, knight g4. Instead of bc, there's also e5. Yeah, e5 could be a problem too. So maybe the idea is to just take twice on f6, then e5 again, right? So what does he want on gf? Rook takes f6 and e5. Stop saying white blunder. This is not a blunder, my friend. This is called a sacrifice. Now, it may not be a correct sacrifice, right? But it's still blunder is like when you put a rook and like you didn't see that it was hanging, and then your opponent takes it, and you're like, oh, whoops, that's a blunder, right? This is a sacrifice. Takes bishop h6. Maybe is possible as well. Still kind of wondering if there's anything else we can do. Let's see. Let's see. So black played bc3. Geller writes, when the first clash occurs, black misses the strongest line. Admittedly, the move play looks very tempting as the white rook is stuck on f6 and cannot painlessly move away from there. The right move is gf6. Although white can continue the attack for a while, he doesn't have compensation for the sacrifice material. So knight g4, e5. See, guys, we got some moves, huh? Don't you feel good? Queen c4. I was thinking about this one. So we want this. Now not fg, which gives white a very strong attack after check. King somewhere. Oh, and then knight d5. Queen d7, knight f5. And white's doing well. Because we're going to take this guy and we have a lot of compensation for the exchange. Instead, bc3 after e5, queen c4, bc3 here was correct. Check, king h8, takes, king g7, check, king g6. And if rook e3, d5, White's attack comes to a clear end. Ooh, d5's nice. Now knight's hanging. This one doesn't lead anywhere. d5. Beautiful. So takes knight g4, e5, queen c4, and then taking this knight. Yeah, that's not easy. That's hard to find. Okay, let's try to keep it a little family friendly, please. No, white was only down an exchange there at the end. So here, 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 here. And then after this one, check, king somewhere. White has knight d5, or king g7, knight d5. Here, this would win bishop on e7. So then white's only down the exchange and has, yeah, a lot of compensation. Or if king h8, then I think it was knight d5. Queen d7 takes here. Takes on f7. King g7, knight takes d8. So here actually white's winning all the material back. With interest. White's actually going to be up a pawn after takes on c6. Yeah. No, all good. All good. Questions are always welcome, guys. Always welcome. If something's not clear, I'm happy to go back. Okay. There doesn't seem to be anything italicized under Geller's notes, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that his analysis was correct. Pretty impressive. They don't give him any points. They're always quick to point out when someone misses something, but when he like writes a bunch of analysis and it's all correct, no praise, no praise, no praise. Let's see, e5 here is not given, but maybe we just do something similar. Maybe queen c4, threatening knight d5 again. And then, yeah, what would be the follow-up here for black? bc3 is similar to the game, I think. Let's say knight g4 maybe. Thanks, Piantil. Thanks. Yeah. It's in that stream title exactly. And hard to say what's happening here. Oh wait, sorry. Maybe e5. Maybe white can go knight d5. Yeah, I mean, I've been studying books for many years. I started reading chess books when I was like 15, 16. And that was about like 2000 something back then. So definitely books, I think, are one of the best ways of improving your chess. 100%. Yeah, maybe knight d5 now. Although actually, wait. Take. Nah, this one is less clear in the end game. Yeah, I agree. Or bishop f6. But white still has some compensation. Takes knight g4, but yeah, it's not the attack white would want. So let's just think for a sec. So e5. Yeah, maybe this line. Takes here. Knight g4. Actually, yeah, it's hard to take. gf6, white takes like this, let's say. If king moves, there's going to be knight d5. And then big problems. Bishop takes e7. Bishop back to f6. Knight e7 mates. This kind of thing. And then if takes like this, that's going to be a problem, right? Queen d3. Queen g3. White even has time, like, can allow the queen. But I don't know, I mean, here, maybe king can run. Here, let's say take. Takes is possible. So we go here, here. Yeah, it's very unclear to me. I'm honestly not sure. Like black can take. Doesn't seem to be a mate. Yeah. So that seems like a very serious option as well. Let's go back. How does he remember where the pieces are? Because we're analyzing the game. That's how. This was here. It's still here. Is studying from books necessary? I mean, I wouldn't say it's the only way to improve, but it's definitely a tried and true method. Most of today's top players, grew up on books, and pretty much all the top players of the past grew up on books and reading books and magazines and stuff like that. Okay, so in the game, BC3, knight g4. Geller says black is crushed after gf6, knight takes f6 check, king h8, queen takes c3, exclam. When there's no defense against the threat of knight d5. Ah, because knight d5 here, e5. Black survives. But after takes, I guess there's no defense now. Interesting. Is e5 knight d5 anyway, because of the pin, and then white's taking here and going back. Otherwise, what to do? Yeah, this is a big problem. Okay. So that's a gf6. All right, the italics have something to say. In bishop e8 engine move, black had a sound defense against any strike. Thanks, Chess Lover. Appreciate it. Bishop E8, guys. That wasn't obvious to you? Certainly wasn't obvious to the FMs. Okay, anyway. So yeah, amazing move, Bishop E8. Okay, anyway. H5 was played. Now here, apparently Geller missed a win with knight h6 check. Takes, rook takes. E5, queen e3. With a dangerous attack. Yeah, Max Oive is a very good author. I think he has some good books. He also wrote some good books on the middle game. Middle game 1, middle game 2. Or middle game strategy, I think it's called. 1 and 2. Okay, that would be nice. So Geller went bishop h6. Which admittedly looks very strong. He wants to take. He wants to get his knight on g4. Man, h5? Rook hanging. Knight hanging. b2 pawn hanging. He goes bishop h6. This is 1946, folks. 1946. Before Tal. You know, years before Tal was like, oh, all my pieces are hanging, but they can only take one at a time. Geller invented the they can only take one of my pieces at a time. Look at this. Bishop h6. Yeah, Geller was the real Tal. That's my hot take of the day. Okay. So h takes g4. There's a tempo. It says hg5. With hg, black would lose to rook g6. For instance, e5 takes, king h8, queen c4, exclam. Rook f8 takes, d5, exclam. Rook takes e7. Queen takes. Takes. dc4, bishop takes e7. Well, line continues, huh? cb2, check. King h7, take. So white wins, because b pawn is going to be lost. And then white has a million pawns on the king side. Can't defend the pawn. Bishop covers everything. So it takes, for example, maybe even g4. Yeah, it looks pretty winning for white. Even takes. I mean, I don't really see the problem. Yeah, that's interesting, the Sonics. I think that's interesting, you know? I think that's very cool, honestly. And Nimzovich still had some amazing ideas. Okay, so that was Geller's line. All right, now it will take a little bit of work to reconstruct the position. But okay, we all understand, right? I mean, there was stuff here, there was stuff here, this was a thing. This was here. We remember the structure. like this, right? So it was h5, which makes sense. I mean, he's trying to kick the knight so you can take the rook. Geller says pieces don't move backwards. Bishop h6. And so that was the line hg, rook g6. Okay. Well, apparently this whole line was bunk. Italics say bishop f8 was saving black. Wait, what? Bishop f8? Not here. Oh, no. Not here. Not here. In this position. Because here, after this, bishop f8, of course, just rook g is just mate, right? So, not there, not there. Before rook g6. Here, bishop f8 would have been defending, which Geller doesn't consider. Fish. Puny Patzer. Small-brained FM Geller. Didn't consider best move bishop f8. What, they didn't have Stockfish 15 back in 1946? Why didn't he consider this move? Freaking pleb Geller and his pleb analysis. Okay. Let's go. So e5 played. Queen e3. Plus score against Fischer, guys. Remember, plus score against Fischer. No, bishop f8. I mean, it's reasonable, but it's a very difficult position, you know. All right, now hg was played. So gf6, queen f3 would have been the response, and mate is unavoidable. Unavoidable. Wow, queen f3. Wanting to take. Okay, the italics say. Italics means it's like the engine notes. A fantastic quiet move. True enough, despite his extra rook, black cannot even bail out by surrendering material. Yeah, that's great to know. It's great to know. No, look, Geller's a genius. Beautiful. So hg. Yeah, queen f3, that's a sick move. Yeah, it's important when you're analyzing with the engine to know the difference between like an obvious move, right, that the players miss versus just some like insane engine move versus like a natural move. But still, it's like, you know, sharp position and you have no hints during the game. So very hard to find the best moves. So black took, he goes bishop takes g7. Now king takes was played, which is question mark. I mean, I understand king takes. You know, this is coming. This is pretty, pretty serious. This lets white conclude the attack triumphantly. The path to salvation lay in bishop takes f6, bishop takes. This is Geller, by the way. I hate that I have to clarify. This is Geller's notes, not engine. Okay, queen g5, c takes b2. There would be nothing left for white except the perpetual with check, check. But after the game, my opponent said that at this point, being 2 pieces up, he was counting on victory and had no thought of a draw. Oh. How about that? So black was playing for the win. Yeah, a lot of these brilliant games are like that. The opponent's like playing for a win. Loses brilliantly. So it takes. Black could make a draw with this one, but doesn't want to. Yes, thank you, Dan. Thank you. I actually understood that because The book told me. So thank you. The book already ruined the game, so we don't need extra ruining. Thank you for that. No, it's all good, guys. It's all good. I also have a computer here. And I can check. Yeah, I know, Dan. I know the attack was completely sound. He said so in his notes. I'm gonna read his notes again because people missed it. People missed it. This game is interesting, although open to criticism by rigorous standards. He wrote this in like 1960, by the way. I mean, amazing. Like he had the foresight that one day, damn, 1337 was gonna roast him using stockfish. I was irresistibly drawn to chess romanticism and didn't yet understand the strict logic of strategic laws. I would often flout them for the sake of a dashing attack on the enemy king, and for this I was punished more than once. But I didn't grumble, since the enjoyment of a successful and beautiful attack, with sacrifices aplenty, fully made up for the odd reversal. It is from that standpoint that this game, from the distant romantic past, should be viewed. To some extent, it played the part of a catalyst, giving me the confidence in my own powers without which it is impossible to develop as a chess player. You understand? So yeah, even Geller, right, without the engine, understands the attack was not sound, right? But he's saying it's a romantic game. A lot of games in the romantic era were unsound. Morphy, Anderson, Steinitz, all these guys, they played flawed games. Tal, Geller. Today's players, they don't play perfect chess. If you look at any, top level game today, it's going to be filled with mistakes, right? Point is, you learn from the ideas, and by going for the attack, like there is no winning, right, without risking. And you don't get better at chess by just trying to play perfect, correct moves all the time. Because there's no such thing as perfect, correct moves. The engine is also just giving its opinion, Chess is a game played between two humans. When two humans play, there's going to be all kinds of mistakes. Right? But attacking chess can be very promising because it's very difficult to defend. If it was easy to defend against this kind of attack, we would not be speaking Geller's name today. He'd be a forgotten champion. If it was just easy, right? We wouldn't know Tal. Tal would have been stuck at like 1800 because all of his sacrifices are just getting refuted left and right? We wouldn't know these players if it was actually easy to defend against their attacks. So I would encourage you guys to think about chess more from the mindset of that it's a human versus human game. It's not a play the best moves that match the computer evaluation game, right? When you play chess, OTB, if you play a move that the engine doesn't like, no one comes over and it's like, excuse me, sir, that wasn't the best move. According to our engine, you're now losing by 2 points. Shouldn't have done that, right? That doesn't happen. Chess is a 1v1 game, for lack of a better term. Okay. Glad we cleared that up in a loving manner. Okay. So yeah, it's still an interesting game. The fact that the engine defends, it doesn't tarnish the game. It makes the game interesting, right? You actually can't win a chess game unless someone makes a mistake. That's just how it goes. Yeah, engines have ruined chess. Yeah. I would also say it's like what's more interesting is not what the best moves were in some random position. What's interesting is understanding the variations that Geller saw and didn't see, and what he evaluated correctly and what he might have missed. But it's his thoughts that I think are going to be so much more useful than anything else. Yeah, I remember that game, Ranja. I think the players might have been flipped, actually, if I remember correctly. I feel like Tabatabai was white in that game. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember exactly. Plukru, it's pinned. It's in the pinned comment. Okay, so yeah, why is this bad? Well, let's take a look. So Queen H6 check, King G8, Rook F5. He wants to come here and give mate. Bishop E8, Rook H5, F6. Rook H4, exclam. Threatening Queen H7 check, King F8, Rook takes G4 with inevitable mate. Although apparently here Black can defend. So Black could take, Rook G4, and then go here. Whoa. Engine move. Queen takes G6, Queen C4. Yeah, Rook F5, very nice. So yeah, Human sees this position. Human says like this and this looks like mate. Engine sees the position and it's like, no, obvious move, Bishop G6, Black saves. And then Twitch chat is like, oh man, Geller was such a fish. Couldn't even see Bishop G6. I would have seen this move easily. Okay. Let's keep going. So Black played Queen C8. Hoping to give up the queen for the rook. But his bishop on E7 is left without protection. So check. Check. Given the threats of Queen E7, Queen takes G4, only move is King D7. Looking to escape after takes, King C6. Now Rook E3. Okay, apparently White should have done this earlier, but still, what a move. Because now he wants takes and Rook C3. Bishop G6. Yeah, Rook E3. Okay, so Engine Junkie says King C7 takes Bishop C6. Black might have been able to escape. Blah 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 blah. Apparently, it was better to play Rook E3 earlier, all the way back in this position. Wow, rather than going for all this, Rook E3 here would have been the engine move. Damn. That's nice. You're getting banned for Rook. Yeah, if you play Rook E3, yeah, it's like, all right, bring out the wand. Someone get the wand. Wand this guy. Yeah. Okay, check. Here. Rook E3. Black took. Queen takes E7. C6. Check. Black promotes. Wow. But he still has this one. Queen B7 coming. King H2. Rook d7. Yeah, understandable, because if he takes, then just queen b7 takes the queen. It's GG. So rook d7. Queen takes e8. Now black lost after rook takes h7, queen c6. With mate next move. Yeah, very nice. Okay, the final spoiler was queen c1. Threatening perpetual check. Final chance, I should say. You guys didn't see this move? Queen c1? This rook hanging, this rook hanging. Geller didn't see this? Obvious defense? Impressive. Okay, now the only way for white to win would be rook c6 check. Okay, if takes with check. Black's in trouble. King b5. a4 check. Okay, some insane engine line. I'm just curious. King b4. I just want to see where this goes. Rook b6. King c5. Check here. Check here. Check. Now he can take. Now there's rook g3 to cover the check. Takes d3. And white takes here. And then we'll take here and is winning materially and covering the perpetual. Who can't see this? I agree. By the way, guys, I remind you, Geller was only first category player at the time of his game. Which is like 2,000 FIDE or so. 2,000 FIDE. I don't think 2,000 FIDE plays like this, honestly. He's stronger than 2,000 FIDE. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I don't know. Okay, very nice game. Nice attack. I like that whole, I don't know if you guys remember. I like that rook takes f6 thing, bishop h6. I thought that was a very nice idea. Okay, beautiful game. Let's set it up. Man, I really enjoy going through chess games, especially like strong. Like Geller, he's definitely one of my favorite players. Karras as well. I really enjoy Karras' games. But Geller, he was just such a brutal attacker. I mean, you really felt it in this game. Rook f6, bishop h6, just every piece getting sacrificed. I mean, it was wild. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Online encounter. Hey, thanks, Gustavo. I'll see you. Wasn't Geller the one that found bishop b5 in that Argentinian thing? Yeah, exactly. He's the hero of Gothenburg. Yeah, that game, Geller. What did he play? He played Geller Pano. Yeah, exactly. It's Pano, Neidorf, and I think Mecking. Who was the third guy? I always forget the third guy for the Argentinians. Because on the Soviet side, it was Geller, Spassky, Pilnik was the third guy for Argentina. Yeah, Pilnik makes sense. So Geller, Karras, and Spassky against Pano, Neidorf, and Pilnik. Neidorf. They had Neidorf on their team. Dang. 3-0. Yeah, no, Geller had a number of incredible games. Like I'll tell you guys, a little bit a while ago, 1 or 2 years ago, I was working on this E4 course. Not really like E4 like repertoire, but more like E4 middle games, like how to play E4 positions. And I was looking at a lot of classic games. And Geller just had like so many instructive games, like Rui Lopez, Sicilian, very very nice, clean attacking games. Even engine improved games. By the way, a lot of his games are very very high level. And so I've annotated some. At some point, I'll definitely do some content related either to his games or just to E4 games in general. But yeah, Geller had just some very, very instructive games, I would say. I feel like his style was very clear. Yeah, Geller, Karras, Spassky, Smyslov, Botvinnik, Bronstein. There's some strong players. There's some strong players in Soviet Union. Geller, by the way, Ukrainian, not Russian. So shout out to my boy from Ukraine. Yeah, Geller Pano is amazing. This was one of my top games of all time. I think for me, this was like in my top 10 games of all time, just from any period. Just because the story of that game is so interesting. I told on the podcast, I won't say it again here, but yeah, what a game. What a game. Okay, game two, Geller is black. Looks like a King's Indian. So I'm personally looking forward to this. But I think I need to get some food first, guys, before we go to another game. Oh, and then game three is this game Petrosian Geller, which I actually included as an exercise in my King's Indian course. It's a very simple exercise, but I included the full game in the annotations just because it's a very, very well played King's Indian game. Actually, I might have even annotated the whole game for the King's Indian course. It might be part of the model games. So maybe we'll skip that one, but yeah, that's a very nice game. Petrosian Geller. Oh, Petrosian, another guy who would have been on the Soviet team. Maybe we'll just skip ahead. Actually, there's some. I'm very interested in Geller's games as white, playing e4, Sicilian, crushing his opponents. Some games against Botvinnik. Ooh, Botvinnik Geller. Fianchetto King's India. Yeah, Geller, another amazing King's Indian player, by the way. Bogolubov. That's also true. Bogolubov was FIDE master. Yeah. Okay, folks. Whoa, we've been streaming for almost 2 hours. Yeah, let me take a quick break. I'm gonna get some food. I think I can just leave the stream as is. Maybe I'll just play a bit of music while I heat up some leftovers. Hopefully you guys like Spotify. Then I'll be back. We'll look at some more games. better? Should we blur the background a bit? Oh. Board's all blurry. I don't think people are gonna like that. I do like the blurry background, but not sure if we can really hold on to that for very long. Yeah, we definitely won't keep it when we're back to the to looking at. It's just for the break time. Will VOD be available? Yeah, it should be. It should be. Usually, most streams, pretty much all streams, get saved to the VOD, so it should be available. Okay, I'll turn off the blur. I don't like it. I feel like it's blurry. It's blurry. You know, it's not fun. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go heat up some food. I'll be back in a few. We'll keep the stream going. Yeah, of course, of course. Have a good night. Okay, we'll be back. Alrighty, folks, what I miss? What's happening? Who's up? Hey, King Charles. Yeah, we were just taking a break, get some food. I have some leftovers here. It's some rice and some chicken, chicken soba noodles with chicken. So, yeah, just gonna have a quick bite. Actually, we worked out earlier today, pretty tough. Not gonna lie. So, need the protein. Need the protein. Thanks. Yeah, you guys entertain me with your chat. Okay? Usually I watch stuff while I eat. It'd be too much effort to play some shorts. Anyone seen any good clips lately? Yeah, drawish position. Absolutely true, yeah. That Magnus game. I just randomly tuned into that end game. Just, okay, Magnus Anon, interesting matchup. Let's see. You know, and yeah, what an end game. I was like, oh, Bishop versus Knight. It's pretty interesting. Let's see how Magnus tries to convert. Amazing. My opinions on the McCutcheon French. My opinion is that it's very risky. I played it a couple of times as black when I was playing the French, but very risky opening, very risky. So I didn't ultimately like it. Yeah, Global Chess League, right? I didn't see most of it, but it looked exciting. Looked exciting, man. Fourth sudden death tiebreak. Jeez Louise, stressful. Yeah, I'm curious what I'm curious what will happen with the Global Chess League. It looks very exciting, but I feel like a lot of times it's like they do one season and then just never hear from them again. So hopefully they do more seasons and it becomes a recurring thing. Oregon, I'm having some leftover rice and noodles, some chicken, veggies. It was pretty clean, I would say. It's got like cabbage and mushrooms, carrots, onions, all the good stuff. Yeah. Nailing it. Chess, sleep we already did. We already slept. We did some chess. Now we're eating. We're gonna do more chess, and then we'll sleep after the stream. Thank you, Oregon. Thank you. Much appreciated. This is my favorite game, by the way, or one of my favorite games of Geller's. This is the game Geller Portish. I hope I can remember. Move order, not super important. D4, bishop, B7. Knight D2, I think. F1. Bishop F8. Knight G3. How did this game go? Queen D7? It was like this. Not quite remembering. It was like this. Then he goes takes, takes. No, bishop was here, and then here. Black can't take the knight because queen hangs. And then if queen d1, knight f6. And then rook d1, bishop d1, black will have a bad structure. Like this, I think queen e7. And then knight h4. I think this was the game. Takes, takes. Somehow I missed the move. It was here. Black played here. Yeah, somehow I missed the move. Okay, white to play. Wasn't this game featured in Queen's Gambit? I don't remember. I don't remember if it was. Yeah, white to play from this position. Now I'm gonna eat my food. You guys think about this. I'm gonna eat my food. You guys consume this, I'll consume this. Thanks for following, Katie Goose. So knight g6, queen f6. And same with knight f5. Of course, it's not like a bad. It's hard to say knight f5 is a bad move. It's just okay. Queen f6, and then what? There's no, because the problem is black is wanting to take white's very strong bishop on b3, and if white has to drop back with bishop c2, then of course bishop is less active. Black can start getting their play going. So a lot of people, they just play one move at a time. They're like, okay, tempo move. How could this be wrong? That's always the thought process. How could this be wrong? Well, maybe there's something better. How could this be wrong? Then here you're kind of stuck. So be very careful of the how could this be wrong mindset. It's a very close cousin to the deadly disease of looks good-itis. But they're very similar. Looks good versus how could this be bad? I think often people just want to look for a safe move that can't be criticized. But sometimes in chess you have to do more than just make one good safe move at a time. You gotta calculate. Mm-hmm. That's right, chess lit. Yeah. Okay, good. So yeah, bishop g5. Nicely found. Queen takes. Queen takes f7. Queen g8. Mate. Knight covers the square. Speaking of g6, if hg, knight g6. Very nice. Very nice mating idea. Don't even need like, okay, we're attacking the queen, but even without this, it's like black has no escape. Beautiful. So bishop g5, queen d7, rook d1, bishop d6. White's move. Hmm. These are digging the Tame Impala. Nice. Yeah, knight f5 also looks strong. Takes like this, right? This seems like a win. And if takes, probably take here. And then we want queen g4. We also just want to take. Let's say g6, g5. And then we're either going here or we can take this one next. So it looks pretty winning. Queen e6, knight g7 even. Queen d8. Okay, queen d8. Chameleon, this is fun. What do you mean everyone's having fun? It's Monday. It's Monday 5 p.m. Who's having fun? Name one person having fun right now. Name one. No, but this is fun. This is great. Honestly, this is what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming. Like if I didn't have to work or make money or whatever, I would just be here right now, eating noodles and going through chess games. Yeah, that's a good resource actually. I didn't see that one. I mean, I guess we can take. Let's say this. Okay, White's a pawn up has a lot of advantages. Probably winning endgame, but the game I think is much clearer. But objectively, probably winning endgame for white there. Just because bishop was so good and extra pawn. Yeah, I think this is playable. Also possible here takes, we said this one, but okay, taking back is also, I think, very playable. As if takes, g6, queen f6. This looks winning here. No. Oh shoot, I wanted a rook lift, but I blundered f4. Or did I? No, but this is not clear. This is not clear. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, I do feel like this one is good, but takes maybe okay, last try. Actually, 2 more tries. I think knight takes g7 is pretty strong or possible, but how about this move? And I slammed it down. That means it's strong, okay? So strong slam means exclam. Really strong slam means double exclam. That's how it works. But let's just say strong slam. How does the board know what piece is on its squares? This is a DGT board. So most of the pieces, okay, they have this little sticker on them. It's not really about the sticker, but yeah, there's some magnets or something inside. Yeah, I see that Breaking Bad scene. It's kind of like that. It's like magnets, bro. Magnets. Yeah, I don't see how black defends here. Knight d4. Maybe just take. And then if king f8 is back, burning queen h8 with 2 pieces covering escape square. No, but bishop f8. Bishop f8 where though? Because this was check. Knight d4 takes. Yeah, no, all good, all good. Yeah, this one might be good too, but yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward. G takes f. There's queen g4 check. So we don't even need queen takes h6, just queen g4. This knight's just too strong. It covers e7 and yeah, it covers all the squares. So that I think would work too. Knight f5. In the game he took here, he went, which I think is just the simplest, but I feel like this is also, to me, this looks good enough. Or this one. So if king takes, then here and here. And if hg, then I was thinking knight just goes back. And then this looked mating. There's f6. Maybe this one is less clear. Yeah, f6 kind of saves actually. Maybe not. I don't know if it saves. White gets a lot of material back, but yeah, this just seems simpler. Okay, in the game, yeah, he took, which is very strong. And then if knight takes b3 here, then bishop takes g7, just obliterating the king side. Got this one, and then takes knight f5. His mate. So yeah, takes. I think Portish took. This is a Geller Portish, by the way. I mean, it's no joke. You know, Portish was another great snub of the Dojo Talks, greatest chess players, non-world champion. Yeah, if knight b3 takes an f6. Might be a couple options here. I mean, just takes is simple, right? We just want like rook e3 or g3. I mean, the king is just too many pieces around the king. It's going to be 4 pieces. That's too much. Officially, you only need 3 pieces to give checkmate. You guys ever hear that rule? You only need 3 pieces to give mate. 1 to sacrifice itself if needed, and then 2 to deliver the checkmate. But here, yeah, we have 4, maybe even 5. Yeah, we can take a look. Whoops. Let's say check. Here, somewhere. King here, let's say hitting the bishop. Bishop g5. I don't think black really survives this. I mean, it's... Oh, wait, hold on. I mean, we could have done this one too, even. Even take. I guess maybe rig g8 is annoying. But yeah, this should be good enough. Rig d6. Oh, very nice. Yeah, very nice, Truman. Very nice. Oh, wait, hold on. King g8? I trusted you. I trusted you. Okay, but to be fair, even this, and like, I mean, it's a lot of material for white, right? It's like, it's 3 pawns for the exchange. It's a lot. No, I mean, it's totally winning for white. Yeah, not much defense to be had. F6. Also, this move, just knight f5, just bringing the knight in, and then we just want this in here. Yeah, so very nice. Takes. Yeah, somewhere somewhere Portish resign. There's nothing to do. Like if rook e6, check. And then rook g6, take. And if here, then could give this check first. Could give this first. You know, it's all kind of it's all over. How are my noodles? Very good. Thank you for asking. Very good. How did the game go? Forget how the game ended. It wasn't long though. It was basically here, rook e3, and black resigned somewhere. I don't even know how he defended this threat. Are they butter noodles? No, they are not. Soba. Soba noodles. I think they're made of buckwheat, if I'm not mistaken. Buckwheat, very healthy. Hey, Kohler, how's it going? Knight takes d6. Is this winning? It looks pretty good. I think. Okay, it's a weird position because obviously we have mate, so it's not white to play, but this, I mean, I think white's winning here as well because you got this threat right. So this also looks totally winning for for white. Yeah, lots of good options here. It was like this. Yeah, it's just too much. Oh wait, no, this couldn't have been the game. If this was the game, he would have played here and given mate. So actually, no, this wasn't. This wasn't the game. So, all right, here, knight f5, and then it was it's black to play here, but black doesn't really have a defense. Pretty serious. I think takes maybe happens, and then I think he might have even gone. I definitely took. Oh, f6 was played. Right. He takes. I think here this was resigns because now this is coming. This is coming. This is just kind of over. So okay, that's one of my favorites. Favorite Geller games. I'm not sure. I mean, that's probably fine too. I think if you give check and then there's this at least, but okay, this is still winning. I think by a comfortable margin. So I don't remember exactly what he did, but something like this was the finish. Yeah. Just game over. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Well done, everyone. GG. Yeah, Geller. Way too strong. Okay, you guys want to play a game? Me against chat? So I'll go e4. You guys play black. But here's the thing. I get to pick which chat move gets chosen. So of all the suggestions, I get to pick the winning move. Do a poll. No, we would do a poll if it was serious. Yeah, we would do a poll. We got c6, we got d5. Any other suggestions? c5, d5. All right, I want to play. Let's play c5. Good move. I'll go knight f3. Your turn. I mean, you guys don't know. I might choose the best move for you guys. I don't know. G6. All right, Queen A5. Good move. I think that's a novelty actually. Never played. I pre-moved D4, but this seems illegal now. That's a good move actually. It's a good bullet move. Stop D4. Now I'm at a loss. What do I do? I have no moves. All right, I'll go here. All right, guys. How about this? Let's say I pre-moved the D4, and you know this because you're stream sniping, and you see I've pre-moved D4. What would be the best move for black, knowing that that's my next move? Queen A2. Queen A2 is good. No. E5 is also very strong, of course. Of course. This would be bad. I was hoping someone would say queen takes C3. Because then D4 would be illegal, and then it wouldn't work. So then it would be white to play here. Should be brutal. But yeah, probably queen A2. Probably queen A2. Okay, what did you guys want to play in this position? You want to go queen A2 again? Or D4 is not pre-moved. Just a break while I finish my noodles. G6 is good. All right, let's go. Yeah, queen b4. Nice move. All right. You believe us black? It kind of makes sense. I've justified your decision by playing d4. Now queen is actually well placed. Just transpose niche. That's funny. Okay, I think I'm almost done here. Finish up. Let's get back to Geller. Yefim Geller. YFM. Yefim. Okay, I offer a draw. GG. Let's go back to Geller. Next game he's playing black, so I'm gonna have to flip the board around. Hopefully our cord is long enough. We're okay. We're okay. There we go. Thanks for following, folks. Thanks for following. We're studying chess here. Welcome to the dojo. Can I flip the 2D board then? I actually don't know if I can. I don't know if it has that functionality. I'm totally serious. because this is the DGT board tester. And let's see, board, rotate. That didn't work. Rotate. Oh, there we go. Oh no, but it gives. Oh, interesting. But we don't want this because the numbers are gonna mess people up. Weird, because the numbers are right on my end. Okay. Well, I can. Wonder if no, it won't. It won't change anything, will it? Yeah, it doesn't matter which way I have it. Okay. Yeah. Always DGT's fault. I guess I could get rid of the coordinates, but I think that's not ideal. Or we could just go to a game where Geller plays white. That's fine too. This is a DGT board. Yeah. Actually, I was kind of more curious in his white games anyway. I mean, his King's Indian games are very nice, but I probably have seen a few of them. Pretty sure I've seen this Kotlerman game at some point. Although it's quite interesting. But we don't have to go through all the games in order. Yeah, let's go to the Sicilian games because I'm honestly more interested. Oh, in this game, Geller Vatnikov. This is kind of well-known game, so I'll be interested in it. Yeah, let's flip it back. All right. Oh, now we gotta unpin. And make a new one. Game. Geller Vatnikov. USSR Championship semifinal. Pin this message. Okie dokie. A miniature game without a serious mistake by one of the players is an impossibility. But one mistake is not like another. In the present case, the precise diagnostics of the maneuver Knight A5 and B6 required the efforts of many chess players over many years. Regarding the actual course of the game, I observed long ago that if black relaxes his control of the center, with the knight going to the edge of the board, this generally allows white to carry out the ramming blow e4, e5 advantageously. And this apples not only to the variation in the present game, but to many other Sicilian formations. Thus, white's dashing attack, though discovered over the board, rests on a foundation of accumulated knowledge about the methods of struggle in standard positions. Nor'easter, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, Geller very strong. But if you remember correctly, was he not a rather very bitter individual? I don't know, but I never heard about that, about him. So I wouldn't know. I like how in the first game he was like, you know, this game deserves criticism and should not be viewed from any kind of strategic lens. This was pure romantics. I just went for a crazy attack because I didn't know any better. And now in this game, he's like, White's dashing attack rests on a foundation of accumulated knowledge about the methods of struggle in standard positions. Like, whoa. Okay, here we go. E4, C5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, d6. Classical Sicilian. Bishop c4. Oh, I like this move. This move has an interesting history. It was played as long ago as 1923 in the game Spielmann Oive at Scheveningen, but at the time it was not associated with a kingside pawn storm. Later, Vyachemin Sozin adopted it against Yakov Rokhlin in the 6th USSR Championship 1929, and the system he worked out became known as the Sozin attack, although keen adherents were lacking. The line did, however, attract players' attention after Boleslavsky's excellent win in the 17th Champion against Aronin, 1949. In chess, as elsewhere, there is such a thing as fashion. In the tournaments of the 1950s, the Sozin attack, together with the Rouser, was seen quite frequently, and in the 1960s, Bobby Fischer asserted himself as its acolyte. It served him as a trusty weapon up until the 4th game of his match with Spassky. In the early days of the Sozin attack, White had castled short. Later, they modernized the system and began playing queen e2 and long castles. The Sozin attack did not become part of my own core opening repertoire. Wow, after all that, the Sozin attack did not become part of my own core opening repertoire. He's like, it was good enough for Sozin, it was good enough for Boleslavsky, it was even good enough for Fischer in the World Championship match, but it never became part of my own repertoire. Okay, very interesting. That's what I love about these books. Like, you're not going to get this stuff, on the chess.com or the Lichess stuff. Like in the tournaments of the 1950s, the Sozin attack was seen quite frequently. In the 1960s, Fischer asserted, you just don't learn this history outside of books. Okay, castles. Bishop e7. Bishop e3. Castles. Bishop b3. Prophylaxis before going into action. Yeah, because a lot of times this bishop on c4 gets hit with d5, it gets hit with some b5 stuff, so bishop b3 makes sense. Oh, earlier, Grunfeld played the weaker f4 against Taimanov. Such a fish, Grunfeld. And black seized the initiative at once with d5. Takes bishop e2, rook e8. On the other hand, the recommendation of 9a3 is scarcely valid. White would be preserving his bishop on c4 from exchange, but giving black a very important tempo with knight a5, queen c7, queen e2, and then either a6 or b6. So Geller is saying this would have been okay for black. Okay, so bishop b3. And yeah, a lot of times I saw this in quite a few Fischer games. On knight a5, white just leaves the bishop, just lets black take it. Then white can take back ab or cb, and doesn't mind giving up the bishop because it takes a lot of time. Okay, knight a5 played. Recommended by Bondarevsky and Karas in the Theoretical Review of the 17th Championship. In his game against Boleslavsky, Aronin carried out the sortie a move later. Oh, yeah, this Boleslavsky-Aronin game is very famous, actually. So that game went a6, f4, knight a5, queen f3. This is a game every open Sicilian player should know. Queen c7, g4. b5, g5, knight d7, and then knight takes e6. Takes, king h8, knight d5, and white obtained a very strong attack. Yeah, from here he basically went like queen h3, f5, g6, and it's hard to defend. So that's a very classic game that shows the danger of black's position. So knight a5. F4, b6, now e5, exclam. In general, it must be said that if black manages to place the bishop on b7 and then exchange on b3 at the requisite moment, his affairs are in good shape. But trouble is beginning earlier than normally expected. Knight e8 was played. Of course, black was not attracted by takes, knight d5. Takes, queen f3. And white's just better. Rook d1, knight f5 coming. Yeah, understandable. On the other hand, takes, knight d7 is thoroughly bad. White wins at once with rook takes f7. Ugh, beautiful. Takes, knight takes e6. Hitting the queen. On queen e8, there could be knight c7, for example, winning all the rooks. f7, a8. Yeah, it's probably just GG. Wait to take here, e6. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much, man. Rook takes f7, very nice. So knight e8. Now f5. Wow. So if knight takes b3 here, you want a knight c6. Queen c7. Takes. And then f6. Geller, man, he loved leaving this knight on b3, just hanging, yeah. That's gorgeous. Yo, I am Rosen with the raid. Hello, everyone. Hello. Pog indeed. Thanks, Eric. How's it going? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Just doing some OTB chess studying. Thanks for following. Hope you had a good stream, dude. Catch you later. Hello, everyone. How's it going? I'm Kostya. This is Chess Dojo. We like chess over here. We've been doing some studying, going through Geller's greatest games, reading his book here, The Nemesis. Yefim Geller, great player. We're just going through some of his games, his annotations. Thanks, Eric. Thanks. So this was actually, I'll just go back 2 seconds. This was the line we're looking at in the game here. So White's last move was f5. Although we can go back a couple moves. Geller's whole thing is that in this position, Black played knight a5, which he argues is too slow here. f4, b6 was played. Now e5. So main idea of this one. Oh no, Eric, actually I've had the board for a while, but just rarely get a chance to use it. Shamefully. But no, I just don't take it out too often, but yeah, I had it for a little bit. I think I got it last year. But okay, e5. One of the points was that takes knight d7. There's rook takes f7. Beautiful resource. Knight takes b3, then rook takes g7. Knight takes e6. With the fork. And then if rook takes f7, knight takes e6, hitting the queen, queen e8, knight c7, White's winning everything. So this was 1 point. And in the game, it was e5, knight e8, f5. And now in case of knight takes bishop, Geller wanted knight c6. Tempo. Tempo takes here, and then f6. So this was his calculation. It looks like the point after takes, it's probably just simple recaptures. Knight takes, otherwise queen g4, and then bishop g5, and this looks like total devastation. Bishop f6 coming, queen will come in. Yeah, Black has no defense. No defense, king is just getting mated. So it's knight c6, knight e7. That's very nice. Okay, let's go back. Hey, thanks, Kevin, for subscribing. 9 months. So f5. So this was the game. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the setup. I feel I'm using the DGT tester app, and I think it's pretty responsive to the board, which is cool. So not ef5 in view of e6. Now knight takes b3, knight c6, queen c7, knight d5. That's GG, because there's going to be a fork on e7. And in case of f6, then bishop d5, bishop b7, takes, knight c6, queen c7, and knight d5 anyway. Yeah, that's such a nice trick, this knight d5. Very useful for Sicilian. Comes up a lot. Take. Okay. So f5. Black when d takes e5. F takes e6. Excellent. All right, now Geller writes, this position was to become the starting point for a number of later games. Oh wait, bishop is on e3 still. Okay, so some interesting notes here. Thanks for following, folks. Thanks for following. Welcome to the dojo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so Geller writes, so there was a number of games that reached this position. So knight takes b3 was judged to be bad in view of knight c6, queen d6, knight d5. And then if knight takes a1, then knight takes on e7, and ef7, white has a big attack. But then Petrosian, world champion Tigran Petrosian, found bishop h4, exclam. What a move. ef7, rook f7. Rook takes f7. Knight takes a1, exclam. Queen f1. Some checks. Bishop f6. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6. And white resigned. Yeah, this was open Sicilian, classical Sicilian. So that game actually worked out well for black. This is a Petrosian game. Okay, so let's go back. A lot of lines. This guy's gone. This guy's here, here. Okay, so that was this line. So that was takes here. If e takes d4, then white takes on f7 check. King h8 takes here. Makes a queen. Let's say queen takes. And then white could just take this pawn back and have an extra pawn with good position. So e8, this one here, here. Okay, so Geller was saying after takes, takes, there was a lot of games featuring this, here, here. So first they thought white was winning because of knight d5, takes, knight takes e7. Then Petrosian found this amazing move, bishop h4, and managed to win. Because if white were to take back the knight, he could go bishop takes e6, for example. And then white's attack is actually not so obvious. Queen is defended, so there's no tactics, it seems. But then, instead of knight d5, in the game Fischer-Korchnoi, Fischer discovered that you can go take, a takes b3, bishop takes a6, knight takes a7, reaching an ending that is superior or even an outright win. So this verdict was not shaken. Oh, no. This happened in the game Kostya-Kavutskiy from 1957, but this verdict was not shaken by Fischer-Korchnoi, Curacao, 1962, even though white contrived to lose the ending on that occasion. Wow. Wow. Geller, huh? With the trash talk towards Fischer. He's like, this endgame is so winning that was not challenged by the game Fischer-Korchnoi, even though that Fischer managed to lose the endgame. He's like, white contrived to lose the ending in that occasion. Man, the disrespect. No, I'm just kidding. They probably had huge respect for Fischer. Okay, let's go back. What's up, On Street? How's it going? So that was Geller's analysis of this position. He's saying knight takes b3, knight c6, queen d6. White can go for the endgame, a b3, and is doing well. In this game, black played f6. Oof. Wolf Anderson. Making such an obvious looking move, black was hoping that the worst was behind him, as after the knight departs from d4, he can take on b3 and pick up the e6 pawn. Okay, so he's expecting the knight to move somewhere, and then black can take on b3, take on e6, and he's fine. Guessing Geller did something else. Knight d5 or something. Let's see. Knight d5. Oh wait, did I miss a move? Oh, sorry. Knight f5. Oh, this is very nice. So it goes knight f5. Queen takes queen. There's knight takes e7, right? In between move. Winning a piece. Black played knight takes b3. Now white goes knight d5. Oh, man. He just loved leaving this knight just like floating. Take a bishop, fine, whatever. Knight d5, threatening knight d takes e7. And then queen takes queen. Very nice. And then if bishop moves, he's got like e7. And then he can take the rook, take the knight. He's up a lot of pieces. He can take here first, of course. So black tried knight d4, but he's just losing. Knight takes e7 check, king h8, and knight g6 check. Ended the game. Bravo. Because hg e7. E7, guys. Absolutely brutal. He's taking. He's not only taking, but he's going to make a new queen to add insult to injury. Nice little clearance sacrifice. Knight's in the way of the e-pawn, right? So get it out of the way with check, and then pawn can push forward. Wow. Yeah, I like this sequence. I've definitely seen it before, but it's always nice. It's always nice to see it OTB, huh? Knight f5 takes knight d5. In here. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, questions on this game? Or we go to next game. Oh, next game is a d4 game. Yeah, Geller Gambit. Geller had this gambit against the Slav. Okay, we'll look at this d4 game next. Never know when to push e5 or f5 in these kinds of games. Yeah, I mean, those are the two major pawn breaks, right, in the Sicilian, and a lot of times you have to decide which one you're going for. In this game, it was because black played this early knight a5 move that Geller went for this e5 thing, according to his notes, which is kind of typical when the knight moves away from the center. You have f4, e5. This one becomes stronger. That's maybe a very simple rule of thumb. If the knight wasn't going after the bishop, right, then f5 especially the bishop on b3. This is generally the main idea of the Fischer-Sozin attack. You're just trying to hammer down on e6 and force black either to give up the d5 square or to take. Both are very weakening. Then after like e5 92, for example, white goes bishop g5 and then takes over the d5 square very frequently. So Fischer had a lot of games like that. You go bishop g5, take, just win. So that's kind of the usual idea. But here black goes knight a5 and then b6. And then here the e5 square lacks protection. Yeah, so this one becomes a typical break. They didn't quite say what happens on this one, did they? But Fischer had some games like this. I think AB, B6, Queen F3. Maybe E5 here. No, E5 takes knight D5. Yeah, maybe Queen F3, and then like G4, G5. There's this well-known game, Fischer-Cardoso, that follow this plan. Pepsi, this is actually the Nemesis, Geller's greatest games. I have seen that other book, Application of Chess Theory. I feel like he has some. That's also a bunch of his annotated games. So I think it has probably has some overlap. Okay, next game. Okay, this is the game Geller Unziker. Let's unpin. Book is called The Nemesis, Geller's greatest games. In the title. It's in the title. Okay, next game. Geller Unziker. The famous Unziker that lost that game to Karpov. That's his biggest achievement, sadly. He's the guy that got bishop a7 done. Folks, there's two kinds of people in this world, okay? There's people that play bishop a7, and there's people that get bishop a7 played on them. All right, it's up to you to decide which one you want to be. Pin this message. Great. Okay, next game. Okay, some interesting stuff. Let me put the opening on the board. So d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6. So he switched to d4 at some point. It's 1952. Knight c3, d takes c4. So main line of the Slav. Here he goes e4. Nowadays, main line is a4. Does anyone know what this e4 line is called? This gambit? Geller Gambit. Yes, very good. Exactly right. Yeah, now it bears his name. Okay, but he was saying this one actually, hold on. First off, was reintroduced into Soviet chess practice after an interval by Alexander Tolush. For many years afterwards, this gambit served as a veritable testing ground in which the force of White's assault and the robustness of Black's defense were continually enhanced. Geller himself championed the White side in the critical position, and he thinks that at present the gambit has departed from the scene without entirely deserving to, since it leads to an interesting game rich in mutual chances. Yeah, Kevin, the problem with e3 here is that Black will play b5. And in the Queen's Gambit accepted, it's a little bit different, right? Because in the QGA, if Black tries to hold on to the pawn too much, you'll have a4 ideas. You have this like Queen f3 trick. Here, there's no more Queen f3 trick, right? So this one is a little bit different story. So in general, White either goes a4 first, which is the main move, stopping b5, and then playing e3, and picking up the pawn like this. This is considered very solid. Or much rarer approach is what Geller does in this game, which is just to sacrifice the pawn, but to play for the big pawn center. Compensation. Okay, so Geller writes, I twice had occasion to play the Slav Gambit against Smyslov. It's so humble, he calls it Slav Gambit. Geller, it's your gambit. Do I still play the slow Slav? Yeah, occasionally. I twice had the occasion to play the Slav Gambit against Smyslov, and when the present game started, an incident in round 13 of the 19th USSR Championship, which was played the previous year, 1951, was still fresh in everyone's memory. On that day, in the twin games Geller Floor and Petrosian Smyslov, White had quite quickly lost the opening battle. Obviously, for that reason, Unziker accepted the challenge calmly. So you guys see what Geller is saying. He's saying Unziker like willingly allowed this because the previous year there were two games, Geller Floor and then Petrosian Smyslov, where Black did well out of the opening. And back then, it wasn't like you just check the opening against the engine. Everyone can see, oh, White could have been better if they made some move. Back then, it's just like people see the result of the game, they analyze, they think, okay, it looks like Black is doing well, and yeah, opening developments kind of moved only months at a time, right? In between tournaments, people would come up with improvements. Yeah, Pumpkin, I have played World Open once. I usually don't play it because it's just very expensive. You have to obviously fly there, but then it's usually in downtown Philly. So the hotels are very pricey. And then the entry fee is pretty significant as well. So, yeah, I would like to play. It's a very strong tournament, but yeah, it's just very, very expensive. Unrelatedly, support the channel, folks. We've got a Patreon, we got a Discord, YouTube, donate link. We've got a training program if you guys are interested in a universal training program that covers all levels. Exclam 2.0 in the chat will take you to the link where you can see all the information. It's $15 a month or $100 a year for complete training plan, everything to work on for your chess. Lots of assignments, lots of tasks, and also an exclusive Discord that you can use to communicate and set up training games with other players. Yeah, entry fee for World Open is usually $300-400. So you can either spend money on one entry fee to the World Open, where you're not guaranteed to win anything because it's super strong, or you can get like 3-4 years of the Dojo training program. So, one World Open entry fee, okay, one tournament, 7 games under 1,600, or 3 to 4 years of the Dojo training program. Yeah. And if you sign up for a year, it's $100. That comes down to about $8.50 a month. It's basically like 30 cents a day. 30 cents a day for a universal training program, a scoreboard, profile tracker. You can like track the plan and your progress, games database, opening repertoires. Thanks, Kevin, for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. That's business talk. Yeah. So 30 cents a day, get universal training plan, or you can spend that 30 cents on nothing. What else can you buy with 30 cents? Nothing. Thanks, Bay Checkmate. Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay. Add over. Okay. So just to recap, Geller's saying that because last time this opening was played at the highest level, Black seemed to do well. This game, Unzicker has no problem going for this line. But Geller had something up his sleeve. So b5, defending the pawn. e5. More flexible game results from queen c2, as played subsequently by Spassky. It's cool. Knight d5. a4. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Thanks. I do recommend the training program officially. I mean, I do think it's we did put a lot of work into it, and we're continuing to work on it. So I do hope you guys check it out. Chess.com I think is a good value too. I mean, I think for like $100 you get the year, premium subscription for a year. You get access to the videos and the lessons. The game review stuff, I could honestly take it or leave it. I think that stuff really doesn't matter that much right now. But the lessons and the videos on chess.com, I think are genuinely worth quite a bit. Definitely worth like the $100 for the year or what have you. But anyway, Dojo training program is better value. One session with a private coach, 1 year of Dojo training program. So one lesson with a coach, 1 year, 1 hour, 60 minutes with a titled player, 1 year training program. Okay, that's the cutoff. Okay. Hey, somewhere. How's it going? e6. In the aforementioned game with Tolush, Smyslov played bishop e6. But practice showed that move to be bad, and the adherents of the black side of the gambit switched to this move. Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but IMs don't really know that much about chess. So, 1 or 2 hours coaching from an IM, no, it's helpful. It's helpful, but yeah, you get a year. Anyway, e takes b5. The alternative bishop e2 is perfectly playable and has been tried with success in the game Geller-Smyslov. But he played AB5 here because he had a very specific improvement in mind on the previous games. So takes. This was all theory even back then, 1952. This was theory. Bishop B7. Yeah, I mean, of course, books are going to be the greatest value. Like you can get a book for $20 to $30. You get it cheaper for that, and then it's like tons and tons of hours of chess work. Yeah, the Solman lessons on chess.com. Yeah, very, very useful. Okay, anyway. Queen h5. Provoking a pawn weakness in black's camp, since queen d7 would be awkward in view of knight takes h7, threatening knight f6 check. Normally, white wouldn't take this pawn because like knight can get trapped, but here this knight f6 is giving white a big tempo. However, here come the italics. Game Ruiner has something to say. All right. However, Knight takes it. Oh yeah, you guys that came from the raid, I guess you missed it. But basically, this book is like Geller's notes, like his annotations to the game, plus some engine notes in italics, whose only job is to ruin the experience of the reader in terms of enjoying the game. Actually, in this position, Black had a bet. Um, so yeah, actually, here, this hasn't stood the test of time. Black answers knight c6, computer move. Then knight f6 takes is bad in view of knight takes d4. Whereupon white's position collapses. Okay, I mean that's interesting. That's cool. That's a good comment. While if knight takes f8, as played in the game Kasparov-Kuprechik, USSR Championship 1979, Black has the powerful counterstroke queen takes d4 with advantage. Very interesting. Yeah, this isn't some engine thing. This was discovered in later human games. Kasparov-Kuprechik. Queen d4, huh? Nice, because queen is still hanging on h5, so that's a nice it's a nice desperado. Taking a pawn, threatening to take here with check. And then if white takes back, I guess like here, and then knight still trapped. This one's super weak, like as knight takes d4. So yeah, it's a nice line. Okay, well, once again proves that Geller knew nothing and does not deserve to be studied. All right, go home, everybody. Okay, so that was playable, as history proved. Black made more natural move, g6, queen g4, bishop e7, bishop e2. Simple move. Wanting to go bishop f3. Some attention is worth giving to h4, h5. And now queen g3 as examined by Floor, but queen f4. Provoking takes, hg, and fixing Black's pawn weaknesses on the king side. Cool. Some attention given indeed. So bishop e2, knight d7. Okay, so here comes Geller's improvement. So up until this point, they had been following the two previous games he was talking about. So his game against Floor, and then Petrosian-Smyslov. So in those games, both he and Petrosian played h4. But then Black obtained good defensive possibilities after h5. Now this one makes no sense. I don't get what's the difference here. So in this position, h4, h5, this was good for white. He's saying after bishop e2, knight d7, now h4, h5, this is no longer good? That's confusing. Yeah, the idea of bishop e2 is to go bishop f3. Okay, I don't really know what he's talking about here. Here's where some italics could really help, actually. But anyway. So h5, queen g3 is given. Now knight b6, castles, a5, and Black sees the initiative. So Geller played rook b1 in that previous game and then went on to lose. b4, f4, queen d7, rook a1, b3. Petrosian convinced himself that white stood badly and went in for sharp play with d5. Wow. Tigran Petrosian, huh? He also knew how to play. Smyslov immediately went wrong with knight takes d5 and suffered defeat. It was essential to play bishop takes d5, keeping the white knight from e4. I'm guessing after knight takes d5, Petrosian went knight e4, and then was playing for stuff like bishop g5, and then knight d6 check, and dark squares. Yeah, Petrosian was a, absolute bull. Total beast. Okay. Bishop e2, knight d7. All right, so the previous games in this line went h4, h5, and then white was suffering in both games. Here comes Geller's improvement, bishop f3. This was recommended by Lilienthal and Petrosian, and in the present encounter, it was tried out for the first time. The authors of this move, it is true, considered that black could simply reply takes, castles, but then h4 preserves good attacking chances for white. Oh, music is still playing. Do you guys mind the music or what? I honestly kind of forgot it was still going. We just turned it on during the food break. But yeah, we can keep it or get rid of it. It is meant to be, quiet. So, all right, cool. Escalator vibe, nice, perfect. Hey, another raid. Okay, Nemsko, thanks so much. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hello, welcome to the raid. Thanks for following. How you guys doing? Hope you had a good stream. We are studying some chess. Got the DGT board out, going through a book. Show you guys here. The Nemesis, Geller's Greatest Games. Thanks for joining, folks. Thanks for the raid, Nemo. Hope you had a good stream. I was following the pursuits in Dubai, Global Chess League. That looked like a lot of fun, honestly. That looked fun. That looked like an absolute blast. All right, we're in the middle of this game. So this h4 here, this would have been good for white. This was a variation. Let's go back. So game position was like this. This is Geller's novelty in this game. Move 14, bishop f3. Yeah, if takes, bishop takes g5, there's takes here. And then if queen takes bishop, the rook is going to hang. There we go. Board needs a little bit of help on that one. I wish the board would recognize when my piece goes like on top of a piece. I feel like it should understand that this is a capture, but it doesn't show up on the DGT board, which is sad. But this should be understood. This should be like official. This is how you capture. Because that's what you do in analysis. You don't even it takes too long. You got to take and move the piece. It's just queen takes rook, right? You're done. Okay. So let's go back. So bishop f3, queen c7 was played by Unziker. Knight e4. Knight b6. Bishop h6. The immediate bishop g5 is not bad either. But white wants to place his bishop on that square only when the black knight has arrived on d5, and black cannot capture on e4 with the bishop. In addition, bishop g7 is now threatened. Rook g8, knight f6 check. And then black would have a very bad time with this dark squared bishop. Thanks for following, folks. Thanks for following. Welcome to the dojo. Try to focus on chess improvement here. Hopefully you guys enjoy your time. So black played rook g8. So he was saying he didn't want to go bishop g5 when black can still take on e4. He wants to trade off the dark squared bishops and then keep his knight so it can jump on all the squares. So bishop h6 first. Rook g8 was played, question mark. But how should black have played instead? So yeah, he says if bishop takes e4 here, bishop takes, knight d5, takes. Now white can either play the explosive e6, f5, queen f3, this one, or the quieter castles. Okay, yeah, black's position is not super fun, right? Can't castle kingside, can't castle queenside. What are you supposed to do? And then just f4, f5, I think white just attacks here very easily. So Geller says black should evidently reconcile himself to knight d5. Whoops. Bishop g5. So that's so clever. Like he goes bishop h6. He expects knight d5, and then his idea is to come back, trading off the dark squared bishops now that he can keep his knight and start jumping in. And then if castles here, then takes, queen takes, knight f6 check. And looks like white wins, because knight f6, there's ef. And then white's gonna take on b7 and go queen f4, queen h6. If bishop f3, then okay, there's fe7, also just queen f3. Queen moves, then take here and here. Game over. Okay, so black played here, rook g8. This guy's still here. No, this guy's still here. And this queen was on g4. So rook g8, now he goes here. So takes. Now that black has given up the castling, right? Knight d5, takes. Takes on e7, queen takes e7, and just castles. The exchange of all the minor pieces hasn't relieved black's position. His rooks are disunited, his king is in the center. The position is still of the middle game type. Need I say that the pawn white sacrificed is a trivial price to pay for all these benefits? Yeah. Need Geller say. Need Geller say that the pawn white sacrificed is a trivial price to pay for all these benefits? Need Geller say? He needn't. Indeed, he needn't. I just love how he writes. He writes for the haters. You know, he's just like, do I even have to say white's sacrifice pawn is trivial? Do I even have to say? Hey Bing, the book title actually it's in the stream title, Geller's Greatest Games. But we also have a list of our book recommendations. You can see that link. Although this book is not on there. This book is new, actually. I just got this book just a few weeks ago at the National Open in Vegas. They do this cool thing at the tournament where if you get a plus score, meaning you get more than 50% in the tournament in any section, you get a nice little gift certificate to the bookstore. And I usually aim for at least getting the plus score, and then I pick up some books. So I got this book, this Geller book, and then I also got that new Think Like a Super GM book. Exactly. The chess speaks for itself. White's compensation speaks for itself. Oh my God. Imagine he wrote that in 1960 or whenever he wrote this book. White's compensation speaks for itself. Yeah, that'd be nice, Fisher. That'd be nice. But I like the plus score prize because it's always unfortunate if you do reasonably well in the tournament, but then you don't get anything. Like you get like 4.5 out of 7, 5 out of 7, and then you don't get a prize. You get nothing. It's like, but you still had a good tournament. It's be nice to earn something for it. But I see both sides. I see both sides, of course. Okay, so black played king f8. So what Geller is saying, guys, is that he has a lot of compensation for the pawn because black can't castle, the rooks are disconnected, white's very active, got rook a6, got f4, f5. So even though black's a pawn up, it's 100 times easier to play white's position. White is just so much more active here. Okay, rook fb1 was played. a6. Queen f3. Oh, it comes from Cicero. Wow. The thing itself speaks. The thing itself speaks. That's a good one. These games are ephemeral. Very good. Very good. What was that? Raider from AK Nemsko? VIP. VIP. Yeah, Yefim Geller was total stud. Yeah, actually, very instructive moment. Like he goes queen f3. How many of us would have just played rook takes b5 here, right? I think a lot of us would. We're down a pawn. We win the pawn back. But he says queen f3 is much stronger than this because even though white wins back the pawn, black gets to develop. And the weakness of white's c3 pawn deprives them of winning chances. Black would in general be happy to return the pawn in order to reach such an ending. So it's not about winning the pawn back, it's about keeping the pressure. Of course, d5 pawn is very valuable. White would love to win that one because then nothing gets traded and he gets these pawns in the center. Queen e6. Question mark. After this, a quick debacle is unavoidable. The right move was, according to Geller, we'll see if it holds up, was king g7. Although black's position would still be very difficult. For example, queen takes d5, rook d8, queen e4, queen e6, f4. f5, queen f3. And if rook d5 here, then rook takes b5. Ooh! What a move. Man. Geller, huh? Dude had some moves. He had some skills. Okay. So according to the computer, the best defense was afforded by queen b7, queen f6, a5, then white can win the pawn back with rook takes a5 and queen d8 check, but then in the resulting position, black would have ample drawing chances. Stupid computer has to ruin every single game. Okay. But black played queen e6, which I think is a lot more natural than queen b7. That's just me. All right, white's next move is very impressive to me. Queen f6. Oh man. What a move, huh? Imagine you're pawn down, you go queen f6. Wow. Because now this is a threat. Rook takes b5. This is a very serious threat now, with or without queens. Very serious. Black's back rank is just getting fried. Beautiful. Even without queens, white still has a mating attack. So takes, g5. Rook takes b5, rook a6. Sorry, rook g6, rook a6. Holy moly. Very nice. So this is winning because there's the back rank problem. Defending f6 also, very nice. And then I think according to the book, it says king e8 would have been best defense. White can take here, king d7. Rook takes d5 check, king e6. But this still feels like white should have really good winning chances here, for example. And then just picking up the c-pawn. So this feels like white should still be winning, especially if we get this position. I mean, just two connected passers, so should be very good winning chances, if not outright winning anyway. Dang, that queen f6 was a nice move. Okay, so queen f6, black played queen c8, f4, queen b7, rook a5, king e8. Oh man, now he has to try to get out this way, but yeah, you just can't play. I mean, you're missing a rook, right? Just can't play like this. b4, c takes b4, queen takes b4. Rook takes d5. Queen b7. And now e6 was the last move. Ooh. e6, and this was GG. So if takes, there's queen f7, whoops, and then takes the rook on g8. And black's king is just busted. Or, I mean, also, okay, simple win with e7 check. Either promoting or taking the queen. Okay, very nice. GG. That was the game Geller Unziker, which featured a very nice opening battle. Okay, then we have another King's Indian, which looks really interesting. Although we're mainly focusing on the white games for now, just because it's easier with the DGT board. Okay, let's see. Geller Pilnik, Geller Wade. Sanchez Geller. Geller Stahlberg. Ooh, this is a French. Maybe this game. This game kind of looks interesting. Steingeller. Yeah, which one is that? Stein was also a very, very strong player. Hey, Master Chess Dojo. That's right. Exactly right. Grupacha Geller, 1970. Yeah, Geller has so many good games. I was saying it earlier, but um, yeah, when going through like old games, especially old E4 games, I just found like so many interesting Geller games, like very, very instructive. Especially as white, like playing Ruy Lopez, Sicilian, and as black too. He had a number of great games. I mean, he was a huge King's Indian player, definitely one of the best King's Indian players of all time, and a big Sicilian player. Fantastic Sicilian player, really, really strong. So yeah, his games are well worth studying. King's Indian is black. Yeah, Steingeller. I I I imagine I've seen that game because I've been working on the King's Indian course and looking at a lot of his games as well for that. Nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. Application of chess theory also very good. Mark Arnold is 7th grade. That's funny. Fun fact: I'm pretty sure Mark Arnold and I are almost exactly the same age. Like I think we were both born the same year, like 1992, and we're both born like late November. Nice. Oh man, so many good games. Okay, let's go back. Next game is Geller Pilnik. All right, let's look at this game. Set it up real quick. Although already we're doing quite a lot, because we've already gone through 3 games. Normally that's basically it. Like I go through 3 games, if that actually. A lot of times I might even just do like 1 game. I feel like at a certain point you start to you stop remembering stuff. You stop like retaining stuff, right? You're just going through a bunch of games and not necessarily getting a ton out of it. But these games are super interesting. All right, see you, man. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Actually, folks, let me take a quick break. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Let me stretch my legs. I think it'll be a short break, maybe just a couple minutes, but then we'll be back, and then we'll keep working on chess. Yeah, chess all day, chess all night. Really living my new shirt from Katie Learns. Except I have to be very clear. This is not anti-sleep. This is actually pro-sleep. This is like we did the sleep part already. Like we crossed that out. So that's done. Because sleep is actually very important. So this is not a anti-sleep shirt. Just so everyone is aware of that. Okay. Quick break. I'll be back in a few, and then we'll keep going through some games. Catch you guys in a sec here. In the meantime, thanks for following. Make sure to check out our YouTube channel as well and our Discord. We've got a very active Discord server. Lots of chess players in there looking to talk chess improvement, and they're looking for training partners. So if you are a serious improver and are on Discord, definitely join the dojo. Ooh, King's Indian exercises are up. Very cool. You guys know I'm working on a King's Indian course, the Dojo training program. Exercises are now available. Nice. I included something like 60, 64. So all you King's Indian fans hopefully can make good use of that. Those are the opening repertoires that are available on our Dojo 2.0 training site. Exclam 2.0. Okay, quick break, folks. We'll be right back. What is up, folks? Welcome back to the stream. Hello, hello. How's it going? Thanks for sticking around. What's up, Transport Gaming Official? Hawk? Cove Bob? Thanks for joining. How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. Folks, we're in the middle of some OTB studying. Probably going to look at one more game here before wrapping up. We just finished the game Geller Unziker. And now, next game. It's going to be the game Geller Pelnik. We'll be studying Geller Pelnik next. All right, let me put this game. Geller. Thanks for following, Doug Font. Welcome to the dojo. We are interested in helping you guys with your chess improvement. We're interested in our own chess improvement. There's actually a few of us here. It's not just me on this channel. It's also International Master David Pruess and Grandmaster Jesse Kraai. Your humble and loyal senseis. Okay, Geller Pelnik, Stockholm, 1952. Pin this message. How much do I recommend the endgame studies course on Chessable? I recommend it a lot, you know? I recommend it a lot. I put a lot of work into it, and I mainly made the course because I felt like a simple primer for solving endgame studies, like these tricky endgame puzzles, basically is not out there. Like endgame studies are these composed, very tricky endgame puzzles. They're definitely generally very hard, and especially if you've never solved one before, it's very difficult to kind of learn how to do it because they're tricky and you got to find these like weird ideas, and most people are just, it's just very hard when you're not used to it. So I made the course to kind of bridge that gap because most books on endgame studies are going to be very difficult and confusing. And the idea of my course is to give people the tactical fundamentals that they need in order to solve more tricky endgame puzzles. So it's basically like, I would actually say it's more of like a tactics course than like an endgame course, because it's like you're mainly going to be doing tactics and calculation. But by doing the course and solving a lot of these studies, you of course learn how to think more creatively. Your imagination gets a boost. You become more resourceful. So there's a lot of benefits to solving these kind of trickier puzzles. So yeah, I definitely recommend you check it out. I think it has really good reviews, which I'm very proud of. But yeah, I felt like this thing just wasn't a thing. So to be very clear, it's not like a regular endgame course. It's not like Silman's Endgames or Endgame Strategy. Those are books about like how to play the endgame or courses, right? My course is about specifically like endgame calculation and finding unusual tactical ideas. Thanks for following, Master Blunderer. No, not streaming on YouTube. We only stream on Twitch. And that was actually, the reason for that is mainly because that's what you were supposed to do. I think for Twitch partners, for a long time, they weren't allowed to stream on other platforms. Now I think that's been lifted, so I think you are allowed now, but we just haven't we just haven't really thought about it. If anyone has ideas about streaming on YouTube, I'm all ears. I mean, I imagine it might be good. I don't know. I mean, I feel like streaming to different channels is weird because, you know, you get two different chats and you kind of want everyone in one chat. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's always the 30-day refund, you know, if you're not into it. But hopefully the explanation made sense. And yeah, I would say it's definitely suitable for players. You know, it's meant for about 1,200 FIDE and up. So slightly higher for that on chess.com, Lichess, USCF. This platform, the platform is so much better. You mean YouTube's platform or this one? You mean for like streaming, yeah? Or YouTube? Oh, so why do you like YouTube better? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hope you enjoy the course. Just easier to use. Yeah, I mean, the YouTube is of course bigger and I guess maybe cleaner, right, in terms of the design. So I feel like it has a lot of advantages over Twitch. Like most people are kind of finding us via YouTube, and then wandering over to Twitch. Whereas Twitch, there's a lot less discoverability. Um, like when you're live, like when you have a big video on YouTube, or if you're live on YouTube, I feel like it's more likely to show you to other people. But on Twitch, yeah, it's generally kind of hard to get like discovered. It's more like you need raids, or you just need people to kind of randomly wander in. Hey, Neeper, can scrub any amount of time instantly while live. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by scrub any amount of time? Mace, thanks for subscribing. Tier 1. Much appreciated. Yeah, folks, we need some subs. We need some subs. That's what Jesse always says. It's so funny. Road to 500 subscribers. We need some follows too. Our big goal has been 50,000 followers for a long time. Just for fun, really. I mean, once we get to 50, we're just going to want to get to 100. You know, it's all just a treadmill. It's all just a numbers treadmill. Like chess ratings. But you know, it's fun. It's fun, guys. It gives you something to work towards. Keeps the motivation up. Thanks for following. Thanks for following. Oh, you can go back on YouTube. Yeah, I do like that as well. Whenever I watch a chess event, like if chess.com is doing like Speed Chess Championship or Champions Chess Tour or anything like that, I usually do like to watch it on YouTube because I probably can't watch the whole thing like 4 hours, but I would love to just stop where I'm at and then watch the rest later. You know, skip through the commercials and yeah, yeah. So actually, that is nice. I guess on Twitch sometimes you have the VODs as well. Like for our channel, you can go to the VOD and watch. Like if you miss something, you can go back, but it's kind of a pain because you have to like click a bunch. You have to go to a link and then open it and then find it. You know, on YouTube, it's like you just go back and then you can just quickly go back to the live, and it's very simple. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. Um, okay, shall we go on with the next game, folks? I figured one more game, and then probably call it for a day. I don't normally spend 5 hours studying OTB. It's kind of cool. I guess we didn't get through like a ton of games, but it was fun. We went through multiple games, and you guys asked questions. I mean, hopefully you guys learned something that were that were watching. Okay, so next game. This is the game Geller against Pilnik. Herman Pilnik was a very strong player in his own right. He lost to many famous games to people like Geller, Neidor, Fischer. So yeah, big time, uh, you know, big time loser of important games. And I don't mean that like in a harsh way. I just mean, every period in history needs players that are really strong, and get invited to these high level events, but aren't going to be as strong as some of the top guys. I feel like Pilnik was maybe maybe one of these players. You need someone for Fischer and Spassky to like beat up on. Not everyone can be a Fischer or Spassky. These players are very important in history. Thanks for following. Marmot, Kush, Miss Nebulosity. Want to play you, ZTS? Welcome to the dojo. Okay, so next game, D4, D5. Geller Pilnik, Stockholm, 1952. C4, C6, Knight F3, Knight F6, Knight C3, G6. Yeah, this actually became known, or is known as the Schlechter Slav. Schlechter Slav? Is that right? Schlechter Slav. Schlechter Slav. Okay. With the combined G6 and C6. But it's not supposed to be good in this move order against the two knights. I feel like Bishop F4 is good, like Geller played. I think you can also go for the exchange Slav and play something like this. Because in the exchange Slav structure, the bishop is not considered very good on G7. It would actually rather be on this diagonal, where it looks at the queen side. Whereas on G7, the bishop definitely gets blunted with E3, D4 kind of structure. So that said, I mean, it's of course very playable, but yeah, in general, black only kind of plays this if white goes like E3 or something. Then G6 makes more sense. Wait, like bad in German? I don't know any German, so I don't know. I don't know how to say the word bad. Jesse's very good with the German pronunciations. He just crushed. Somehow he can't say Jochen or even Alekine. He can't even say Alekine. Oh, the name means worse or bad. Oh, interesting. Yeah, honey syrup. I grew up speaking Russian with my folks. Although I went to school in California, Russian was kind of my first language. But I would say these days my Russian is not that great. It's pretty slow. it's pretty slow. I feel like it needs to be more over here, but it's a little harder to see the chat. Okay. So Schlechter means worse in German. Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, he was definitely Schlechter to some of the other top players of the time. Did I use it right or no? Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is actually a shirt from a fellow streamer, Katie Learns, who sent this to me in the mail. And yeah, I just got it. I like it as well. Okay, so all right, back to the game. So knight c3, g6. I guess this is why it's taken us several hours to get through the games. Bishop f4, bishop g7. Now, in Geller Barca, 1952, black played dc4. But after e3, knight d5, bishop e5, f6, bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, bishop takes c4. White obtained a big positional advantage. Okay, that's clear, right? I mean, black got the two bishops, but f6 is very weakening. White has e4 ideas. Queen can come to b3. White has very, very nice play in the light squares, castles. Yeah, I definitely see where Geller is coming from on that. So bishop g7, oops, e3, castles, queen b3. Yeah, queen b3 is logical because black is kind of waiting for white to move the bishop so that they can take on c4 and force white to spend an extra tempo. So queen b3 improves a piece, develops a piece, puts pressure on d5, and then invites black to take on c4, allowing white to just take with the bishop and then save some time. Although this could be playable, like b5, and then bishop b7, and eventually black tries a6 and c5. Yeah, so basically Chess Dojo, as it stands now, it was kind of created as a group. So it's me and two others. It's International Master David Pruess and then Grandmaster Jesse Kraai. And I had already like booked the name Chess Dojo um, at the time. This was like super early 2020. But then David and Jesse and I, we had this idea to team up and do a stream together. And then we decided to kind of just co-opt Dojo, um, which it ended up starting in March 2020 of all times. And as I like to say, that was the biggest thing that happened in the month of March 2020. David and Jesse. So Jesse's a grandmaster. David is an international master like myself. And they've known each other for many years. They go way back. They used to live together, in fact, in a big chess house with other IMs and GMs. And I've known them for many years as well. I used to work with David many times. And yeah, we decided to team up. Yeah, chess house, exactly. It was a very famous chess house. I bet you guys could probably find some articles on it if you just Google Berkeley Chess House. It was up in the Bay Area, California, and yeah, there was a couple of GMs and IMs there. I think they were mostly IMs, and then they ended up making GM later. But yeah, super cool. I feel like it's a blast. And actually, one of the best things for your chess is to literally live with another chess player. I understand not everyone has this possibility, but if you do, like if you're in college or something, right, you can kind of room with people you know. Rooming with chess players definitely very productive, because then you're just going to have a chessboard all the time. You're always going to be playing chess. You're always going to be looking at something. Someone might be studying something. You come over. You're interested. You always have a sparring partner. So it's very useful. I lived with a chess player for a couple of years not too long ago, like 2015, 2016. And that was when I was working on my IM norms, trying to get the IM title. And yeah, that was definitely super, super helpful, because for months we would just like do several like difficult endgame studies. We'd work on our calculation. We'd play lots of games against each other, especially if we're learning like a new opening, like play a lot of training games. And that was just super useful just to do like chess, virtually all the time. Okay, so Queen B3, and this kind of asks Black like what they want to do, because Black actually doesn't have a lot of like useful moves here. Like you can't develop the bishop right without losing b7, and d5 is hanging. So in the game, Black played knight d7, but then this is a pawn sacrifice because White can take on d5. And if Black goes e6, then they're blocking in the bishop, and so White can definitely feel like this is a pretty big achievement. Knight e5, okay, bishop e2, you can just keep developing. So Queen b3, very logical move, forcing Black to kind of figure out how to complete their development. Not so easy with this pressure on the b pawn. How many hours do I study chess per day now? I mean, I literally just got back in town last night. So this is day 1 of our new chess training adventure. Generally, when I'm serious about chess, I try to get in like 3-4 hours at least. But more realistically, it'll be like 1 or 2. But yeah, I mean, my feeling is that I think it's just more important to try and be consistent. So I don't really think about like measuring hours or whatever. It's like I just pick a book, I start going through it. I try to go through a little bit every day, 10 pages here, 10 pages there, and I just try to get stuff done. I just feel like that's kind of the simplest way to make progress, is to just like choose one thing at a time, do a little bit of it every day, Outside of that, you can do whatever. You can play games, you can study openings, you can watch videos. But like my feeling has always been just choose one focus, choose one book you want to make sure you read. Read that first thing in the morning, 10 pages. Then from there, whatever you do is just extra. Golfer, thanks for subscribing. Much appreciated, folks. Much appreciated. Hydrate. I was just about to hydrate. We'll refund the channel points because I was just about to hydrate. So that doesn't count. Okay. So black does go knight d7. Sacrificing a pawn. Let's see where this is going. So takes. Takes. Wait, he took with the knight. Knight takes. C takes. Queen takes. E5. Okay, so that's the idea. He sacrifices one pawn, and then he sacrifices the second pawn to open up the e-file. Okay, we're hydrating again. All right. Okay. You guys, be careful. If we hydrate too much, I might have to go to the bathroom. Just warning you guys. Okay. Knight takes e5. Queen takes d8. Takes d8. Okay, he's 2 pawns up, so yeah, he's just trying to trade all the pieces. Very understandable. Bishop takes e5. D. And bishop e6. After the game, Grandmaster Pilnik revealed that he had prepared this fine variation at home. But during the game, I felt unwell, said the self-assured Argentinian. That doesn't sound very self-assured. And that was the only thing that stopped this game from ending the way it normally should have. It must be said, in their home analysis, Soviet players don't prepare the sort of good variation that leaves them faced with a tough struggle for a draw. All that can be said on Grandmaster Pilnik's exoneration is that he simply didn't understand this position and considered that Black's initiative entirely made up for his 2 pawns deficit. The truth is that Black's lead in development enables him to recover 1 pawn only. Very interesting. So he's saying they prepare this at home, Pilnik, his opponent, but it's kind of weird preparation. Spend all this time, then you end up being a pawn down. Because, okay, maybe he can win back 1 pawn, like rook d5, rook takes e5 or something, but yeah, hard to imagine Black wins back both pawns. Doesn't really feel like full compensation, huh? It really doesn't pass the eye test. Okay, bishop e2. Let's see how Geller played this one, because the in-game technique is definitely something we can always improve. Bishop d1, exclam. Look at this guy. Bishop d1. Not letting the rook in. Rook c5. f4. Rook d3. Castles. Rook takes e3. Bishop f3. Very simple, huh? Very nice sequence. I just want to see that one again. Look at this guy. Faced with I was gonna say computer. No, not computer. Faced with opening preparation, he goes bishop e2, bishop d1, f4. He goes, all right, you can have this guy. I'll castle. I'm gonna go bishop f3. Keeps moving forward, yeah. While Black has been regaining a pawn, White has completed his development and secured the 2nd rank against invasion of the enemy rooks. True dat. He's got rook f2. True dat. Okay, so rook d3, rook f2, b6. White's next task is to gain control of one of the open files. He gradually sets about achieving this. a3. Yeah, real do not hurry move. Russian school of chess. Rook d4, g3, h5, rook e1, h4, rook fe2. So solid. Okay, apparently engine showed g5 in this position. Okay, kind of insane move. But I guess the point is if takes king g7, then black will come up and take that pawn, huh? Then not so easy for white to win. Yeah, not so easy after g5, not so easy. He went a5. Reasonable move. King f2. Rook b5. King e3. Rook c4. Rook d2. The first part of the plan is accomplished. I feel like that was more than the first part. I feel like that was a lot more than just the first part. The first part of the plan. Dude, if that was part one, geez. There's like 2 parts to this whole game. What are you talking about? Dude, the guy went like bishop d1, he castled. Castling was like part 1. Okay, I won't argue. I won't argue. HG. Black opens the H file in vain. It can be of use only to white. Yeah, no kidding. Now rook h2, rook h1. Hello. Just going to be checkmates. a4. It's amazing how Pilnik loves arranging his pawns on the same color of squares as his bishop. In the present case, he will soon be forced to give this pawn up. Wow. What shade? You guys hear the shade? It's amazing how Pilnik loves arranging his pawns on the same color of squares as his bishop! Exclaim. In the present case, he will soon be forced to give this pawn up. Really rubbing salt in the wound, huh? Yeah, bishop e2, there's a rook b3 check. There's a check. Good question, though, but... Yeah, but what's with the... You guys are sensing the sarcasm, right? I mean, it is translated. It's translated from, from Russian, probably. And the Russians have a way about them, They're subtle in their language. They're very subtle with their insults. Yeah, didn't that guy read Capablanca? That's so... Yeah, the truth hurts. Truth hurts. Oh, that's his next line. The truth hurts. That was written in the italics. You guys know the italics, it shows like the engine corrections, and it just says, "Oh, the truth hurts." Editor. It's pretty funny. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, such shade. It's amazing how Pilnik loves arranging his pawns on the same color as his bishop. And now he's going to lose that pawn. Like, jeez. Man. Not enough to win the game. He has to show why his opponent is a dummy too. Okay, so bishop e2 played. Rook check. King f2. Rook e4. Pilnik overlooks white's main threat. Otherwise, he would have played rook c8. So he plays this one. So stopping bishop d1, because then rook takes rook. And then rook takes g3. But instead, Geller goes rook h1. Black's king suddenly faces a mating net, and he is forced to surrender the exchange. Wow. Oh, because he's threatening this check. And here. Or maybe the other rook, actually, this way. So there's no f6. Now this is just a big threat. Very nice. So the old switcher, remember he said the h-file can only help whites. So king g7, oh, this is here. Bishop d1, exclam, rook b5, bishop f3, rook c4, and now bishop e2 wins the exchange. Wow, very nice. So rook h1, getting out of the pin and also threatening this mating idea with rook d8, rook h8. But also threatening bishop d1, bishop f3, bishop e2. Because black's rooks don't have squares. Bishop d1, rook is forced back. Bishop f3, rook is forced back. And bishop e2. Beautiful. Silky smooth. So it says rook d5 would be hopeless in view of takes here, takes here, bishop b5 at the end. And then white wins the second pawn, and it's GG. Poor Pilnik and his love for pawns in the same color of his bishop, huh? Brutal. And he was snubbed from the Dojo Talks. Best players, non-world champions. Okay. So rook bc5. Bishop takes c4. Rook takes c4. This is here. Rook hd1. Yeah, it's pawn in exchange for white, so can't be enough. b5, rook d4. c2, rook d2. c1, rook d6, h1, rook b6, c4, b8, check, e3. And black resign. This is Geller's greatest games of Yefim Geller. Now white wants rook d8, and okay, if black trades, of course, this is very easily losing endgame. King comes in, take care at some point, and just game over. Yeah, welcome Eon, welcome to the dojo. Okay, very nice game, very clean endgame. I mean, the way he just converted that, like the whole bishop d1 thing. f4, castles, bishop f3, brings the rooks to the center, brings his king in, and then finds this rook h1. Very, very smooth. Made it look easy. Made it look really, really easy. Okay. Folks, I think we'll probably be wrapping it up. If there are any questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer them. But that's probably going to start doing it for the stream. We've been on for almost 5 hours. Got quite a bit done. I'm very happy I did this because normally I don't get a lot of OTB time. I don't get a lot of stream time. Here I feel like got to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hopefully the stream format is not too bad. If you guys have suggestions on improving it, you let me know. Because yeah, I would definitely love to do more OTB studying in the future. What are some good books recommend for FIDE 1400? There's quite a few. Actually, we have a whole list of recommendations with ratings attached. If you go to our sites, you'll see our recommendations there. because yeah, I'm struggling to come up with books off the top of my head because there's just so many good ones. So what I did, I'm very smart for this. I just made a list of all the good books so that I don't have to remember them each time. But there's lots and lots of good books, depending on like what part of the game you're really looking to improve. Calculation, positional, end games. Obviously there's going to be different books for different topics. But generally, I really like game collections, like this one, like Geller, for instance. I feel like they're very, very interesting and useful to read through. But there are, yeah, lots of good books, tactics books, strategy books, lots of good stuff. When I read a book like this, do I remember it? I definitely don't remember like everything. And I don't remember like every game that I go through for sure. But what I try to do is I try to go through it like multiple times. So I'll go through it once, like over the board, and then maybe I'll replay through some of the games like online or whatever, just to kind of refresh my memory as to what happened. But yeah, I don't think the goal is, of course, to remember everything. It's always going to be on a continuum. You'll remember some stuff. And I think the bigger thing is to really try to engage during the practice so that you're picking up as many ideas as you can. And it's actually not even about the number of ideas you pick up. I think as long as you pick up even like one or two interesting moments from each game that kind of possibly stick with you, I feel like that's good enough. Yeah, the way it contributes, I would say, is that it just gives you a lot of ideas to work with, like in terms of straight up patterns, like different sacrifices, different tactical themes. It also helps with your evaluation. A lot of times, like we were seeing through these games, Geller would give some line and then he would evaluate the position. He would be like, here, white's completely winning. Here, white doesn't have enough for the attack. Here, white has a pawn and some compensation, but it's still unclear. And so reading those evaluations and then looking at the position with your own eyes and trying to understand it, I think that's very helpful. Because a lot of times you might evaluate a position differently. Many times you will. And then if you can kind of bridge that gap between your evaluation and how the player evaluated or how the author evaluates the position, then that can be super useful for your own kind of chess understanding. Yeah, I think in general going through games is useful for your all-around chess because you get to see complete games and you get to think what it's like to be in the shoes of such a strong player. It really gives you an insight into how much they're calculating, what kind of moves they're seeing, how they're evaluating different positions. So I really think it's very, very helpful stuff. And it's truly similar to, I made this point before, but it's truly similar to just being able to sit down with a strong player and like have them show you their games where they, take you through the moves and all the different things they were thinking. It's basically like, I mean, that sounds amazing, right? To sit with a strong player and have them show you their games. The only difference is that, their notes are in a book rather than spoken verbally, right? But I think the ideas and concepts and, annotations are still extremely useful. So yeah, I always treasured, like one of the first books I read was Fisher's My 60 Memorable Games, which I tremendously enjoyed because to me it just felt like an immediate insight into how Fisher played and thought about the game. And I was just like, wow, amazing that we have like that we have this book, like with his notes, his evaluations. And so I really enjoyed going through that book because I just thought, okay, I was really really inspired by Fisher, as a player. I thought his games were amazing, and yeah, to be able to see how he thinks about the game and read through his notes, I just found tremendously valuable. And there are quite a few game collections like that, like Fisher. has a great collection. I think Tall has a great couple of books. Botvinnik's annotations are very, very instructive. I really like Geller's notes so far too. I've also read Kramnik's My Life in Games. I really enjoyed that one. I think Kramnik has some very, very nice annotations. So there, yeah, lots and lots of Kasparov too. Yeah, tons and tons of great, great game collections out there. Alrighty, folks, we just hit the 5-hour mark. I think we'll wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for following and subscribing.